Saint Center, Kakalaka, Juju, Miss Independent, Dorian, what's up? Andrew, Dr. Nene, Sassy Savannah. Oh, man, this thing up on me. Yeah, yeah, I am excited for it. Can't- So I was thinking yesterday. We was watching Umar live stream, and he's still claiming he is a descendant of Frederick Douglass. What most of you don't know is the head of the Frederick Douglass family right now was on my channel. His name is Terrence Bailey, and he came here to basically expose Umar. But there's two other videos that he did by himself to expose Umar when this first started. Francesca, how you doing? Said we ain't watching Mel. I'm at my limit. Nah, we ain't watching her today. No, we not watching Malware today. JJ, what's up? I know it's been a long time, man. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, he do got a few channels. He definitely do got a few channels, but yeah, came over here touching stuff. Goddamn dog. Yeah, came over here and rectified the situation. I don't even know where he came from. I don't know how he found my channel, but we were playing. I think we were playing a video of him, and he popped up in the chat. I didn't even believe it was really him. And he came up on a platform, and not only did he expose Umar, he exposed something else about the first school fundraiser that he made. And wait till y'all hear what the fuck he did when that. Oh my god. Oh man. Ooh, that's a good. Wait till y'all hear what he did with that school, that first fundraiser. So we're gonna go through all these videos exposing Umar for being a fraud that he is and claiming someone else's family. Um, I think the WAP is 0-2. When it comes to Meg Stallion and Clay, I think the WAP is 0-2. Obviously, it wasn't no WAP. Cardi lost her man, got cheated on. Meg Stallion got cheated on. Obviously, the WAP ain't whopping. That's all I can say about that. It looks to me like the WAP ain't whopping. So I got a few videos I want to look at. Dude, this nigga is not related to them. They do not know this nigga. They do not know Umar. They don't know why he continues to add himself to their family tree. I think they should eventually sue his ass. For real, for real. So let's get started with this first video.
So what do you think about those black leaders who get married to white women?
Like who?
Frederick Douglass, for example, at the end of his life was married to a black lady. I think he was like 50 years old when he got married to a white lady.
Much older than that.
Okay, all right, okay. And I think I know it. So what is your feeling about this?
Fredrick Douglass married that white woman when he was approximately 10 years from his death. He was an old man.
All right.
That don't make it no fucking difference. I hate he's a hypocrite. He's a fucking hypocrite. I don't give a fuck if Frederick Douglass was half dead when he married her. I don't give a damn if the nigga had 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot out. He still did it. In my eyes, that nigga wanted a white woman the whole time. You don't just, your wife died and you just up and marry a white woman. He wanted a white woman. And that's cool. But I mean, that's cool. Whatever he liked, that's what he liked. You can't knock him for that. But you knocking everybody else for dating a snow bunny when Frederick Douglass' second wife was a white woman. That woman that he died with was a white woman. And you give him excuses. Oh, he was 10 years away from death and he was an old man and he had kids with his that don't mean nothing. According to you, you're the only one that care about this, so we're gonna grill you about it. We ain't grilling Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass mind his own goddamn business. And wherever the ancestor is. But he come at everybody else. And he makes excuses for Frederick Douglass. That shows that you're not really serious about it. And you just using it as a rage and a race bait. So you can't come down on everybody else, but your hero, you ain't got nothing to say about that. And like I said, there ain't nothing wrong with him having a white wife. It's not like he went and cheated on his first wife with a white woman or something like that. She died. God rest her soul. But you can't be critical and harsh on everybody else that date white women or date white men, and then Frederick Douglass gets a pass because it's Frederick Douglass.
And I don't have a problem with you bringing that up. It needs to be dealt with.
Of course, yeah.
But don't skip over the blue-black chocolate wife of 50 years. See, no,
we're not skipping over that. See, you see how he moves the goalposts? Don't forget about his blue-black chocolate wife that ain't what we talking about, bro. Everybody knows he had a black wife. The problem is you come down on everybody for dating with what you call snow bunnies, and this man was married to one.
Problem with y'all in the media, y'all give the white woman more credit than the black woman who held
No,
him
I'm
down.
just asking.
Hold on.
Look, you see how you move the goalposts again? You get a white woman more credit. Now that's not even giving her credit. How is that giving her credit? We're pointing out your hypocrisy. He just moved the hell out of that goalpost. Oh, y'all give white woman. When did we give her credit? Be honest with you, I only found out he had a white wife because your hypocrisy. I only knew about the first wife. But then when you started going around talking about snow bunnies forever, snow bunnies, black queens forever, snow bunnies never, coming down on everybody else, and then you put Fredrick Douglass up there, and we find out that he has a white wife. We only found out about the white wife because of you, motherfucker. Right. It don't matter.
I'm just asking.
I'm clarifying.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Y'all give him more credit than the black woman who hold him down. Y'all give him more credit than the black woman who helped him escape from slavery. Y'all give him more credit than the black woman that gave him 5 babies. He didn't have no babies with that white woman. He was an old man, and so was she. Was it?
What does that fucking matter? He still married a white woman. It don't matter if he had babies with her or not. He still married her.
Right? No. Should he have done it? Absolutely not. And now as he looked back on it from heaven, I know he says to himself that I should have never made that mistake, because the only thing that keeps Fredrick Douglass.
Do y'all hear this nigga? Do y'all hear this nigga? He said Fredrick Douglass looking down on from heaven, saying why would he think that his second wife was a mistake? You putting words in dead people's mouths. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have thought of it. He had been heaven thinking it's a mistake if he married her. That was who he died with. I don't think he's calling that a mistake.
From being undisputedly the greatest black leader on American soil, now is just arguably the greatest black leader on American soil, is because he married that white woman. He shouldn't have done it. Does that undo the good? Absolutely not. But it's a contradiction, and it wasn't acceptable. But let's go a step further. Fredrick Douglass's mother, my aunt Harriet, was raped by Aaron Anthony, the white man.
It's not your aunt, and we are here to prove that today. That is not your aunt. You don't fucking know. You're not related. We're here to prove this today. This is what we finna prove today. Fredrick Douglass is not his great-great-grandcousin. And we're going to prove it with the words of Fredrick Douglass's great-great-great-grandson.
Man who owned our family in Eastern Shore, Maryland. Being so-called biracial, I think that causes a little bit of confusion in Africans who are of mixed racial origin, which is another reason why we have to stop reproducing with non-African women. Not because those...
Wait. So he trying to say Fredrick Douglass was confused because his mama or somebody in his family was mixed race? What type of stupid... That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. When you really look back at what this man says, it's just dumbness.
Children are any less African than the rest of us. I consider a biracial brother or a biracial sister 100% African. But psychologically, it's hard for them to commit to the struggle when you have a parent who belongs to the race that is oppressing your people. So to eliminate the confusion...
So because his mother was half white, he's saying that Fredrick Douglass was confused. That contradicts what you just said about his first wife, because you gave her praise and gave him praise for dating the blue black chocolate wife that he had, but all of a sudden in his old age he becomes confused because his mother is biracial. If you really sit down and listen to this nigga, this dude is fucking stupid. He is not very smart. This is from Black Anonymous. She put this out 7 years ago. He's saying Frederick Douglass was confused at his old age because his mom was biracial. What the fuck did that got to do with it?
We have to stop mixing sun DNA with ice DNA. Neanderthals ain't got no business mixing with the original man.
Here in France,
If they didn't have no business mixing with us, we wouldn't be able to procreate with them, period.
Wait a minute, sun and ice. We ain't on Avatar. We are on Earth.
Yeah, I didn't get that part either. But this dude, man. He's saying that Frederick Douglass, first he said he gave the first wife praise, moving the goalposts about the white wife. And then he goes on to say he basically was confused when he married his white wife at his old age because his mom was biracial. What the fuck? What sense does that make?
It don't.
If we didn't have no business being with them, we wouldn't be able to reproduce with them.
Wait a minute. That's Umar round ass trying to squeeze through a square hole.
Right? Because they grilled him about Frederick Douglass' white wife.
some people question your credibility. Are you aware of it? First, are you aware of it? Are you aware of it? Because, you know, in fact, they're asking, so they're wondering if you're a real doctor. And second point, they're questioning your family bonds with Frederick Douglass. So, of course, we're not going into, you know, whole history, but are you aware of it? And what is your answer?
A couple of individuals in my hometown of Philadelphia who I used to work with, who know I have all the degrees and credentials because we worked in the same school. Do you understand me? But because of jealousy and because their career never took off, many of them wanted to be what I am. They never got.
It's always the same fucking excuse.
Oh, the haters did it. Rah, rah, rah.
Oh, my God. And they didn't question your credentials. They questioned your relation to Frederick Douglass. You made it about your
Dr. Nene.
Out there. So they began putting out false information about my credentials. Now, here's the irony about the credentials, my doctorate degree. Anyone can call the university that I got it from right now and find out if I got a degree. So there's no need for controversy when you can pick up a phone and validate the degree. You understand?
Why would we have to validate it? You should have been the one to validate. Any licensed doctor, they always have their certificates and their degrees hanging up
because they're required by law. They are required by law to show you that they are qualified to do this job.
Right.
Me. So I'm going to say nothing else on that because that can be verified immediately.
Okay. All right.
Okay. As far, what was the other thing? That was the credential. Oh, Frederick Douglass. Let's deal with that. There's a coon within the extended Bailey family network who's ex-military and I think FBI.
And he's talking about Terrence. He's
now see,
Terrence.
This is where he fucked up. The official spokesperson for the Bailey family is Terrence Bailey. And how did Terrence Bailey get that position? The elders selected him. Okay, so that means that the elders of the Bailey family is it's the Douglas Bailey something family. So the elders of that family went through all the descendants and chose Terrence to be in charge for this generation. Okay? And the spokesperson. All of them know this. All of them agree with this, but Terrence is just the spokesperson for the whole family.
And I think that's defamation right there. You try to say that he was FBI because
but see the thing was at this time, at this point, Terrence didn't want to, sue him.
You should.
This was when it first started, bruh.
I know. I'm talking about now because he's back claiming.
Yeah, but see, the catch with that is the elders don't want him to sue. They don't want to bring no more attention to his goofy ass, which is what everybody should be doing, is just ignoring his special self.
Who wanted to corner the Frederick Douglass quote unquote market because he wanted to make money off the name of Frederick Douglass. Lectures, books, plays. So
wait. And he has not done any lectures, books. Has Terrence wrote any books?
If he do, it's not gonna be about Frederick Douglass. It's gonna be about his outstanding career in the military. That's right, somebody that can actually show you their Purple Heart. Go to that video where he showed his honor box, his shadow box.
I don't know where that one is, but I don't remember him doing no lectures.
Maximum.
He said he wanted to corner the Frederick Douglass market, and even if that was the case,
look, he went to that family. They told him no, we ain't related. Right? He did it anyway. Now they caught him. It's a Frederick Douglass museum. They caught him. Yeah, because the person that was in charge of the museum liked him. I talked to her on the phone when this shit happened. And she was just waxing poet. Oh, I love Umar. Oh, he's doing so much for the community. At that point, I hung up and was like, it ain't no need asking this woman nothing else because she just as full of shit as Umar. So it went from there.
But even if he was trying to make money off of it, he has every right to.
Yeah, because he's a
spokesperson of the whole family.
Look, Frederick Douglass is a historical figure. In Frederick Douglass being a historical figure, that gives his family certain rights that everyday citizens do not have. Exactly. As in that man's likeness.
Right.
If you wanted to make a video game and put Frederick Douglass in it and do certain things, you would have to get permission from the Douglass family. Because he still have ancestors alive that can trace directly back to Frederick Douglass. Big sis. See, the whole thing of this was they tried to go through legal channels. They tried to contact Umar and tell Umar, shut the fuck up, you ain't no kin to us. But he just kept right on doing what he was doing. And at that point, they was like, taking this nigga to court ain't gonna do shit. Because it's not.
It'll get him to stop. And it'll be.
No, it won't. Umar, look, people get stalked every day, right? And the first thing they do when they get stalked is go to the police. The police tell the people that get stalked, oh, we can't do anything until the stalker actually does something like break into your house, give you some type of bodily harm.
Collecting money off of it and trying to build a school in the name of him. They can leave.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, but he's still gonna do it. That's the thing. It don't matter. It's just gonna bring more attention to it. They sue him. He sit up here, go to court for it. It's civil. It's a civil dispute. It's a crime, but it's not a crime. It's not something that's gonna send him to jail. So they just throwing money.
Right.
Umar ain't gonna stop. They can put a cease and desist on him and he ain't gonna stop. It's just like having a stalker. Until he goes over that certain line that kicks in other laws, until he does something else that'll end his ass up in jail, they ain't gonna do shit about it.
A blood relative. My name is on the family tree. I don't make the family tree. I go to the family reunions. Everyone knows that I'm a relative, okay?
Okay. He said his name's on the family tree. False. He said he goes to the family reunion. Terrence is the one who lied. The family reunion. He gives out all the invites. So what family reunion were you going to?
Hey, Sequoia, the one that went on in Umar land.
Fast.
But I've never attempted to get paid off the name of Frederick Douglass. I've never been paid a penny
Bullshit.
to speak on Fredrick Douglass. I've never made a penny off his name. I am who I am because I am who I am. Now,
technically, you are making
pause, bro.
Technically, you are making money off of that school.
FDMG stands for Fredrick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy of Excellence and whatever he done put on there this year. Okay.
That's
you're using Fredrick Douglass' name to collect donations for that raggedy supposed alleged school. That's a condemned building.
Right.
Hey, Laurie.
Laurie, what's up?
Not because of who I'm related to, you understand? But this particular individual, he sees me as blocking his ability to corner the name of Fredrick Douglass and exploit it for personal financial gains. Now,
he sees you as blocking him? Yo, this nigga is diabolical. Oh, man.
You know what? When they call for somebody to speak for the Fredrick Douglass Foundation or for the Bailey family, they call Terrence. Why? Because Terrence is the one in charge for this generation. Right. Then there's somebody right below him and somebody right below them. And that list of people, Umar is not on it.
Right.
Now, whatever restitution they get for those events, he mad they get their money. But they actually got a bloodline connection with Fredrick Douglass, unlike Umar, who was,
like
say it with me, full of shit.
Umar full of shit. Umar full of shit. Ain't Terrence his great grandson? Or nephew?
Or grandnephew, one of the two. I think it's grandnephew. Fredrick Douglass only had like one kid or no kid, something like that. But they direct descendants because they his. Yeah, they his. No, one of the. You know what it is? One of the brothers or sisters didn't have no kids. I don't know unless I got the family tree in front of me. Don't make me lie today, Remy.
Right. You know what? Let's look up Fredrick Douglass family tree.
Lord Jesus. Umar ain't on it. That's all I know.
Say was that I claim to be a descendant of Fredrick Douglass. Show me where I've ever said
that. Okay, so I had to claim to be kin to Harriet Tubman. The Harriet Tubman folk came out and said you a motherfucking lie. Yeah, it was the nephew. Fredrick Douglass' nephew didn't have no descendant. Harriet Tubman, he came out and claimed to be a direct descendant of Harriet Tubman, and Harriet Tubman folk came out and said that's a goddamn lie.
Now he claiming that Booker T. Washington was his grandfather's mentor.
So Booker T. Washington folk finna come out in about a couple of months and cuss him out too.
I am a kinsman. That's on my autobiography. It's in my book, I Am a Kin. What exactly does that mean?
So you are making money off of it. You just contradicted yourself. You put in your book that you are a kinsman to Fredrick Douglass. Do you not sell that book?
Yep. And when Terrence put them 50 cal shells up, Umar started saying it like that because he was scared.
That means Fredrick Douglass, and you can read this in his narrative of the life, he grew up on Tuckahoe Creek with a cousin, Stephen. Okay. Cousin Stephen is my four-time great-grandfather. Stephen Henry.
Okay, so here where the play cousin come in.
Yep.
Stephen is the play cousin. They ain't real cousins. Lord.
It was his brother.
I'm gonna strangle on my own air.
You guys claim cousin Steve was his brother.
Yeah, the lie shift. Every time somebody call him out on his BS, the lie shift. So this time Peter is a quote unquote cousin, but he a cousin because they live down the lane and they families got together because that's how it was back then. That's a play cousin.
Bailey. Okay? I'm his 4 times great grandson. So Fredrick Douglass becomes an uncle / cousin because the 2 sisters, my grandmother Betsy and Frederick's mom Harriet, was raped by the slave master. Okay? And of course, because they were sisters, then naturally the children are cousins. So Fredrick and Stephen are a half-brother, first cousin relationship, which makes Fredrick Douglass to me
now pause.
A cousin as.
There's no proof of them being first cousins.
Fredrick Douglass did not know who his father was. Umar just said the slave master is Frederick Douglass' father, but he cannot be because Frederick Douglass did not know who his father was. That makes the story of this person whose child came from the slave master being his cousin because they was both impregnated by the slave master absolutely false. Those two women were not connected. I don't know why I want to say collect for connect and connect for collect today. But those two ladies were not connected by any blood ties. They was just on the same plantation. That's why it's a play cousin. You'll tell anything to make
as
it
an uncle. Now,
uncle.
some people would still dispute whether the slave master was the dad. The proof I've seen is conclusive. But let's say they dispute that. Give them that argument. I'm still a kinsman because he was first cousin to my grandfather, and they grew up together, and he's the only cousin he mentions by name. Well, there's a few others, but...
You know what's fucking funny? I can tell how he came up with this. He read the book and found the play cousin. And was like,
yes, he wove it into a lie that would suit his efforts because Terrence was on that ass. That was the funniest shit ever.
Ain't Terrence's last name Bailey, so that means he was his cousin, though. What isn't it?
No. The Baileys and the Douglases married together at a certain point, but Peter wasn't it.
Okay. I see. Okay. So he did read the book. He found cousin Stephen. Bam.
Yeah.
Bam. We got time.
And that's why Umar chose him because he wasn't the main character. I don't know why he called his man Peter.
Right.
It's the only reason Stephen got chosen for this lie. He was in the book, but not enough to draw anybody's attention. Stephen lived down the lane from Frederick Douglass and them, and they grew up together playing. They was play cousins. Play meaning they played like cousins, not actual cousins, meaning they were not related. You could be Dominique. Go check your family tree. Go shake it and see if Terrence fall out with that gold tooth.
Right. What he did was he memorized enough of the family tree where he switched motherfuckers out and interjected and put himself in there. That's basically what he did.
I told you he was running with one lie. Then Terrence got on that ass. And he switched the lie. He flipped it. You have never heard me say that I'm directly related to Frederick Douglass. And in another clip, you'll find him saying, I am directly related to Frederick Douglass.
I was descendant of Frederick Douglass.
He's the main cousin he mentions by name in his autobiographies. And all this is documented. Anybody can contact the family. See, that's another thing.
You say anybody can contact the family. The nigga that you talking about is the family.
He wrote them folk a letter and they turned him down with both hands.
So you
and he got in his feels because he had already put that information out there.
I'm glad he did say we can call the family because the family came over here to explain.
I don't have to argue that. Pick up the phone, contact the Belly family, and get your answer.
You know what?
None of this. Isn't that the same thing you said about his credentials? We got to pick up the phone, nigga.
You know that'll be the funniest thing ever if Umar go to an interview and they be like, "Well, we got one of the family here," and Terrence walk out. Umar probably have a heart attack right there on the spot.
No, this is the cool FBI nigga I was talking about. He a hater. He try to make money.
That nigga gonna try to run.
Or that.
If Umar anywhere near somebody that he feels is a more powerful male than him, he gonna haul all the ass he got.
Just like he ducked behind them two women when that bull pulled that
exactly.
Brother, why we gotta do this, brother?
Maximum. You remember that night Terrence was up at like 1 a.m. going ham sandwich. That shit was funny as hell. Look, Umar broke Terrence for a good day and a half. Terrence was ready to snap.
Yeah, he
was in the chat. He was in the chat. Calm down, Terrence. It ain't worth it. Umar, a piece of shit. Calm down.
Right. And he a veteran too. Like
we know. Look, he went in that room with that shadow box and started showing the 50 cal clips. He pulled that 50 cal out, and everybody was like, "Wait, Terrence, no!"
Them things shoot through tanks, and they supposed to burn down whatever they hit. Like if you hit
Not that kind of 50 cal. This is the gun type 50 cal.
Yeah, the big, look like tiny little missiles.
Like the other one ain't a gun. No, that's two different kind of 50 cals, bruh. Not the one that be attached to the side of the ship.
The rifle, right? The rifle one.
Yeah. No, it's a handgun one. That shit can pierce through a whole truck. But he had the bullets. He put that shit down on the desk. We was in the chat. Where Little at? We was in the chat. No, Terrence, it ain't worth it. Umar, piece of shit. We got this on the internet. No, Terrence. He say, if I find your
turn right onto Georgia 120 West. Then you'll turn left onto the Georgia 316.
There's sources that can validate this beyond Dr. Umar Johnson. But put it to the side. If I had no doctorate, if I wasn't related to the greatest black leader in American history, I'm still the most significant school psychologist in American history. I'm still one of the most significant Pan-Africanists since Marcus Garvey. I'm still the most requested black scholar on the face of the earth, all 7 continents.
Damn, nigga, you just straight up just told 7 bold-faced lies back to back. You were not the most requested scholar. He went from
7 of them.
Scholar.
7 whole lies.
He said he's the most recognized Pan-Africanist.
At the light, turn left onto the Georgia.
The most recognized if nobody else is Pan-African. That's not a hard thing to do to be the most popular Pan-Africanist. If ain't nobody where you at a Pan-African.
He said he was the most requested scholar, neither, but can't nobody figure out who requested that ass.
Nobody.
I've still done more to raise black consciousness on this planet than almost anybody you can name. So
I thought it was 3, Dominique. It was that charter school that closed down allegedly because of him, and he was supposed to be the principal. And then that other place where he was supposed to be the counselor and got fired for giving people unsolicited medical advice. And then that one other place, I think. But I could be wrong.
He said he did. Sarnetta is actually ahead of you when it comes to raising black consciousness, even though.
Yeah, if they call somebody for a Pan-African parade, they gonna call Sarnetta before they call Umar.
Right. Sarnetta done put out way more black consciousness.
Shit, they'll call City before they call Umar.
Even though it was all shit show, it still was
bougie.
As Marcus Garvey. I'm still the most requested black scholar on the face of the earth, all 7 continents. I've still done more to raise black consciousness on this planet than almost anybody you can name. So put that to the side. You still got to deal with me for what I've done, not for who I come from. Facts.
That sounds like a cop-out. That sounds like, oh, well, even if I'm not related to him.
Wait. I got one. Most requested to fight Tariq Nasheed in the ring. I'll pay tickets to watch that fuckery and foolishness. It's gonna have to be a cage fight though, because Umar gonna try to run.
I would definitely pay to see that.
Just like he did the last time Tariq showed up.
Executive committee.
Okay, so this is Terrence responding to that video, and then we're gonna.
Yeah, that's it.
This is the one?
I believe that's part of it. Is it daytime or nighttime in that motherfucker? Wait, because the fight be the lights. Because it was the middle of the night when that shit happened.
You can see a window right here.
Yeah, this ain't it then, because it was nighttime when that shit happened.
You see the door right there.
Because we was up on one of them late night streams fucking around, and they came in. They're like, "Yo, Terrence live," and we all ran over there being nosy.
Right. Trey, what's up, bro? Ain't see you in a while. No,
Trey.
We did
right. He's supposed to be a clinical psychologist, and he using words that's outdated by 20 years.
Right. It's
Hey
not
Trey.
recent, Trey. We just going over it because Umar recently claimed that he was a
Descendant
descendant
of
of Frederick
Frederick
Douglass.
Douglass again.
So we showing that he's not. So this is the guy that he was talking about, saying that he's hating on him because he wants to corner the Frederick Douglass market and he might be FBI. Mind you, like we said before, he is the family representative, and he's actually a descendant of Frederick Douglass by blood. He looks just
Yes,
like
the elders got together because none of the elders on the internet like that. So the elders went to the oldest young person they could find,
right.
i.e. the one closest to their age that know how to use the internet and got some sense. And they went and
Right.
pulled Terrence in and was like, "You take care of this. You in charge." They threw that shit on Terrence so fast.
Hey Trey, Trey said I'll be in the chat every time you go live. I just don't call like Nanny.
But yeah,
because he called one of the members of the Bailey Casson family executive committee, for lack of a better word, and she sent me an inbox saying that we have a cousin who wants to talk to you by the name of Terrence Bailey. She sent me an inbox on Facebook. Okay, relatives. Okay, because I don't call them family. I'm gonna call them relatives. Family is family. These are just relatives. Okay, and so I called him up and we spoke.
but they
on the
ain't
phone.
even that.
This was a couple months ago.
See, they ain't even that. He said, I call them relatives. That would mean that they are blood related or related by family, which neither are true for Umar and the direct descendants of Frederick Douglass.
That's crazy how you just interject yourself into somebody else's family. That's like he's a family squatter. That's basically it. He's a family squatter.
Yeah, basically.
Like right in your family tree, and I'm gonna keep doing it.
Call them relatives. Family is family. These are just relatives, okay? And so I called him up and we spoke on the phone. This was a couple months ago, and he was calling me for Ken Norris, someone else who claims to be a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass. Now, for the record, those of you who know me, you know that I have never claimed to be a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass. I have never claimed that. I am a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass's first cousin and half brother by the name of Stephen Henry.
Is Jaded here?
And half brother.
Is Jaded in the chat?
No, I ain't seen him yet. He said, look, there you go with the half brother shit. There's no proof that they are half brothers.
DJ, hold on.
Because Frederick Douglass' mom was allegedly raped by the slave owner. And so since that happened, so he's saying, oh, well, it was believed that he did the same thing to cousin Steve's mom, and that was his illegitimate son. But there's no proof, no text, any documentation to prove that ever happened.
They probably gonna have to, Bougie, because he ain't stopped.
And wasn't it Frederick Douglass's grandmother the one that was raped by the slave owner, and that's why she was half white? I think he mixed.
I believe Frederick Douglass' mama was Mama's mama. Yeah, his grandma was molested by the slave owner, and that's why his mama was half white. See, he getting the story mixed up.
Yeah, he just took that part and put it on the mom and cousin Steve to make himself related.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Bailey, my 4 times great-grandfather, who happens to be the same Stephen that Fredrick talks about in his autobiographies. When Frederick Douglass talks about growing up with cousin Stephen, that's my 4 times great-grandfather. Terrence Bailey knows this shit because my name is on the Bailey family tree. How did my name get on the tree. Why was I allowed to go to family reunions? Why?
No, he's a quarter white.
He has never produced his family tree, not once. Now,
his father was white. I thought his daddy was black.
If who?
But he was light
I
skinned.
think he was half white too, or something like that.
So half white and half white would make a half white child. So there you go.
Right.
His parents was mulatto, and that would make him quadroon.
All you would have had to do is pull up the family tree. Like, don't print it out because we know you can doctor it. Go to Ancestry, pull up the family tree, and then prove it. But it's always the same excuse. No, you call.
Why do I get a letter every other year inviting me to family reunions? Okay?
Can't produce not a one.
Yo, that's funny that he said that because Terrence was like, I'm the one who write the letters and send them out. I ain't never sent this nigga no letter.
Right.
So who the fuck family reunion was you going to?
So that whole Terrence Bailey thing is just a bunch of hate shit. It's a bunch of hate shit. Okay, and I think it's coming from the fact that when people think of Fredrick Douglass, they don't think of him. When people think of Fredrick Douglass, they don't think of Ken Morris. When people think of Fredrick Douglass, they don't think of all the tens of thousands of descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey. They think of me.
No, the fuck we don't. We think of you for lying. When we think about Fredrick Douglass, it'll never have nothing to do with you. It has something to do with you being a bold-faced ass liar. A bold-faced ass liar. When we think of Fredrick Douglass, we think of only Fredrick Douglass. We don't think about you or his actual descendants because they are not in the spotlight.
Now, I think here goes where the controversy coming from. Fredrick Douglass's father was an enslaved white man.
But he said when we think of Fredrick Douglass, we don't think about Terrence or all his other descendants. We only think of him.
So shit.
Actually, when we think of Fredrick Douglass, we don't think about nobody but Fredrick Douglass when it comes to mind. Yes, we'll think about you lying about him being, and that's not a good thing. So if we do think about you when it comes to Fredrick Douglass, it ain't for good reasons. It's because you fucking lied.
Right. Look, Umar's father did a DNA test, and he proceeded to upload it into the same database that the Douglas Bailey family uses, right?
Right.
And you know what he came back with?
Negative.
You are not related.
You are not the father. Shit, you might want to check his DNA too, because he don't look shit. His dad look younger than him.
Ain't nobody bougie. He claiming the play cousin that lived down the lane at the plantation.
Right. And you're not. And the crazy part about it is you're not even a Bailey. That's what makes it so fucked up. I can see if the mistake was you thought that was his real cousin, and you
right
related to Steve, cousin Steve, but you're not related to him.
No, that's a lie. His daddy used to tell him to make him feel better about himself. And his daddy later told him, look, when Umar came out saying that he was related to Fredrick Douglass, his daddy patted him on the head and said, son, no, we're not. And Umar kept running with the lie. Nequa bug.
Right.
That's sad and pitiful. Your daddy told you it wasn't true, and you still told the lie. Your daddy got a DNA test to prove it wasn't true, and you still tell the lie. So he just gonna lie regardless.
Right. That should tell you something.
They think of me.
There you go.
So there's jealousy within my race. They don't think
it's
of
always jealousy. It's always a hater. How can you call a man a hater for you interjecting yourself into his family? Uninvited.
You kept
calls you and tells you, bro, we're not related. You need to stop. You run to the internet. Like, I am not a sissy.
you kept bothering them elders.
Right.
And you kept bothering them elders, and they called their grandbabies to come take care of you. So yeah, you get what you deserve.
Think of me. So there's jealousy within my relatives, okay, that is bringing this forth of hatred forward that Terrence Bailey had. I don't know this nigga. I never met him. So
Jay Williams.
You never met him. You never met this man. You only had one conversation with him, and you came to the conclusion that he wants to make money off of Fredrick Douglass and doesn't want you to. He's jealous of you. And he's mad because when they think of Fredrick Douglass, you think, but you never met him. Y'all never, none of that.
Never met him, never talked to him.
The same shit about women. It's like when it comes to the women, he'll be like, oh, she married because she wanted to have my baby. She wanted me to marry her. When it comes to the men, oh, they jealous. They hate. They need testosterone. They jealous because of who I am. The same excuse.
Not the Pharaoh Ramesses and Moses.
Oh, yeah, no, he said that he was Ramesses. I remember that. He said a psychic told him that he was Ramesses in the past.
Yeah, and I was Joan of Arc in a former life. Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on, wait, you gotta do that. I was Joan of Arc.
I was Joan of Arc in a former life. Nah, I'm good on that.
You gotta put the flame on your palm. I was Joan of Arc, my phone.
Nigga, no.
I got up off that table so fucking quick.
Jay Williams, it's the audacity of it. It is the flat out audacity of Umar that makes your eyelid twitch and shit.
Yeah, the ego. Like the family told you to cut it out respectfully, and you went to the internet and disrespected them because you butted in on their family. You made up lies saying that you were invited to the fucking family reunion.
You came to the cookout knowing you wasn't invited.
Right.
Sure, he's a distant relative because his last name is Bailey. Bailey is the family name. I want y'all to understand.
But wait,
something.
pause.
None of us have.
Wait, so if Bailey is the family name, why is your dad last name Bailey?
Bailey is the family name because Fredrick Douglass's wife last name was Bailey.
Right.
Meaning he comes from the progeny of the union of Fredrick Douglass and his wife.
Right. So that don't make sense because you said Stephen was a Bailey and that was his grandfather.
Yeah, see, the play cousin. They wasn't even related. He was probably somebody. 9 times out of 10, if the lady's last name was Bailey, that was her slave owner's name, right? So that means every slave from the Bailey plantation would have been named Bailey. Well, not necessarily. They could have. The slave owner could give some the name of whoever it's like they ran it like breeding livestock. So every last name had a connotation. So if he did it, it could have been the slave master, or he could have let the overseer do it, and the overseer name was Bailey, and that's how they kept them apart, because they had to keep some kind of record because you can't breed back.
But also, since when slavery was abolished, they had to have a name for themselves, and they would go off of their slave master's last name.
Yep.
Make them wrong. That's true too.
Exclusive,
right, Dominique.
Relationship to Fredrick Douglass. There's thousands of us. Isaac and Betsy Bailey had over a dozen children. You understand? I come through one of their children named Betsy. Fredrick comes through one of their children.
Okay, you say it's the thousands of. You say your butt stink.
Yeah. And when they go to the family reunion, it'd be thousands there. But the key point was he said Betsy, right? And then they came out and said Betsy wasn't related to the Baileys or something like that. That's when he switched it to Stephen.
Thing about it is, out of all of the tens and thousands of descendants, none of them are going around saying that they're the descendants, or trying to, or they don't even have to prove it. None of them gonna fail a DNA test. It's crazy. You the only one that, like, even Terrence, he looks just like it, and he actually has his blood. You don't see him going around doing this shit.
Children named Harriet, and then they had other children. I'm not a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass, but I'm a direct descendant of his cousin and half brother who he grew up with. Okay, I'm not a
cousin and half brother,
relative of Frederick Douglass by marriage. I'm a
you can't be somebody's cousin and half brother. Yeah, you can. I forgot about the Jacksons.
There's a song called "I'm My Own Grandpa." Anything is possible.
I forgot about the Jacksons. They got cousin siblings over there. Didn't Tito? I mean, what's the name? Wife leave Jermaine and marry Marlon or Tito?
Yes.
And cousin siblings. That's
yeah.
Hard ass family reunion.
Relative of Frederick Douglass by blood. By blood. You understand? The blood that ran in Frederick Douglass' veins runs in my veins.
Yeah, Dr. Nene, that was your backup singer. In here running in and out talking about daddy your butt stink.
Bailey family. Certified Bailey family. Okay? So that Terrence Bailey shit, I'm going to leave that alone. I just wanted to clarify that because I know some of y'all needed me to answer that. Okay? So the next time he start his shit, just ask him a real simple question. Real simple. Is Umar Johnson and Frederick Douglass both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey? That's it. No more conversation. Is Umar Johnson and Frederick Douglass, are they both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey?
Wait. So he's trying to say that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass' parents now. He just moved the goalpost.
Yes, which would make him these
two, if what's the name was just his cousin, that makes no sense.
See, the whole thing makes no sense. When nothing makes sense with Umar, what do? You breathe in, breathe out, and repeat 3 times.
She came up with a mantra. you gotta have a mantra when you listen to this mother.
That's it. That's the only question you need. For his bitch ass. Like excuse my French. Let's go back to the call. Do we have another question on
the line? Look at this man. He looks exactly like Frederick Douglass with a bald.
Yeah, basically.
He looks exactly like this man. You trying to say that if he really wanted to capitalize off of it, he could have threw the Frederick Douglass wing off and played him in the movie. He funded his own autobiography.
Right.
What's the name?
Autobiography.
Yeah, a biopic. Speaking of that, Michael was the greatest biopic I ever seen in my life. I just want to put that out there.
If you mention that one more time.
I'm sorry. I watched it again. I got Michael fever. Pause. No didn't.
Oh, yeah. It's getting real funny now. Yeah, go ahead and laugh now.
You don't never fuck with a nigga with a gold tooth, man. I'm telling you. You better leave that nigga alone. You don't fuck with no military nigga with a gold tooth. Finna blow your head off. You better leave that man alone.
With your big ass. All right.
The beard and everything.
I think he said by blood, right? He said by blood. Let me say it again. He said by blood, right?
That's what he said.
So
that's what he said.
Yeah, but this is about the 40th time he done mentioned it, Dr. Nene.
I'm going to have to put this out here.
Jaded.
It seems as though some people.
Jaded, what's up?
Pause for a second, bro. Jaded, do you have a moment to come up and explain the lie pattern of Umar when he was how he's descended from Frederick Douglass? Yeah, he look like Frederick Douglass. Put a curly wig on that motherfucker and boom, you got you a biopic right there.
Right. If you want to make money off of him, that's all you had to do. And I'm pretty sure they probably got
He's
revenue
Frederick
coming in.
Douglass. Look, they could do a historical horror movie and have Frederick Douglass out there fighting werewolves, and Bailey will kill it, and that'll be a box office hit.
Yep. They did Abraham Lincoln fighting vampires. Why not Frederick Douglass fighting
Exactly.
werewolves?
Exactly.
So I'm going to have to do it. People that I expected to do it are not going to do it. They stalling and everything else. So I'm just going to have to put it out there.
I can barely hear him.
There was a DNA test done that I was made aware of on Tuesday of this past week. It was done by Umar Johnson's father. And it was done on hold on, let me turn this light off.
Nah, Frederick Douglass Werewolf Slayer.
That'd be a good movie.
It was done on Ancestry.com. Now,
That's the one.
before you black folk start going off and start talking about Ancestry.com is fraudulent and this, that, and the other, that they should have went on African ancestry and all this other kind of bull crap and this, that, and the other. Let me explain something to you. First of all, African ancestry does not, I repeat, does not let you know what family members you may have. African ancestry will let you know of your African ancestry, tribes and regions and stuff like that, and possibly who the kings or queens was at the time that you may have been taken, stuff like that. Ancestry.com will give you a DNA report of who are your family members. That's the difference between ancestry and African ancestry. Uh, Ancestry can't tell you they can tell you your African regions, like countries and stuff like that, but they can't tell you the tribe. That's where African ancestry is different. Ancestry will cost you less than $100, where African ancestry can cost you as much as $700. Those are the differences. So, anyway, I was informed about his test, and he was
Yes,
stuck
that's
on
Terrence
the
Bailey, DJ.
regions. Like, he's Nigerian. His father is Nigerian. The Bailey family is not Nigerian.
Wait a minute. So Umar daddy ain't even from Cuba.
That's what best. I couldn't hold it. Oh, man. Oh, it's diabolical. That nigga Nigerian, so you are an African. Just not Frederick Douglass. They said that nigga Nigerian. Diabolical.
We're from Ghana. And the indigenous Frederick Douglass family, we are Ghanan and Mozambican. We are from West Africa and East Africa. We are from Ghana and Mozambique. He had a less than 15% percentage of Ghana, and on his primary chart, I saw no Mozambique, which would have been southeastern Bantu. I saw no Mozambique.
I could
So
barely
I
hear him.
said, well, look into the people that you're related to and see if you could find any of us. Excuse me. Now, what he didn't know is that if you take the test or whatever, and that when you take the test and you get new relatives, excuse me, people who have already taken the test will get notifications that uh, they have new relatives. If they keep track of their account. So people who already have an open account can go into their account and find new relatives. So I went into my account and I looked for him, and I made sure before because I was the one that told him to do it. I was the one that told him to do it. So I went in my and I told him, I said, use your real name, because I used my real name. And I went into my account and I looked for him. Nowhere to be found. I told other family members, I said, go into your account and look for him. Nobody else found him. So it became obviously clear that Umar Johnson's father, by whom that Umar Johnson claims to be related to Frederick Douglass and the Bailey family,
So
is
he had all he made him do an upload on ancestry.com.
Mm-hmm.
He finally found his fucking stopwatch. Keep going over. And Terrence looked in his account. There we go.
Yeah, him and Umar daddy had a conversation. And
Right.
Umar daddy was basically like, I'm sorry, my son causing problems. I'm the one that started this. I told him that I was related to Frederick Douglass. So Terrence was like, well, to solve this, go take a DNA test and upload it to Ancestry, and we gonna quell this noise. He
Right.
did, and they did, and Umar continued to lie.
But not only that, he looked up the family tree and Umar isn't on there. He keeps claiming if you
Yeah,
look at the family tree, I'm on there, and then everybody
Jamal took the test, not Umar, because Umar refuses to take a DNA test, because then he couldn't say he's a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass.
right, but he says he's a descendant through his father. So if his father isn't related to him, then there's no relation.
not related to Frederick Douglass nor the Bailey family. When asked, uh, were there any Baileys at all on your list, he wouldn't answer the question. He started ducking and diving every question. And I told him, I said, man, you know what? Um, I think that this should be something that you
Could
should
be bougie.
address. You should go public with this. Uh, and I'm going to wait and let you do it or whatever. But, quite naturally, anybody with common sense would know that that offer comes with that's a limited time offer, because we talked about my family name, and then on top of that, you know I'm only 43 years old, so I'm not an elder in my family. I got people in my family that I have to answer to. I have elders, and just so happens that
So
Pretty
he
much,
gave him
Dominique.
a chance. So not only did he couldn't they find him in the records in their records, he asked them,
Hmm.
well, "Is there any Baileys on your tree?" Umar, did dodge the question. Then
Well,
he
not
gave him
Umar, Jamel.
oh, okay. But then he gave him a chance to to go public with it.
And he didn't, so
this
Terrence
17
did.
year
Yeah. It's a whole,
old,
it's, look, you hear how you running in circles forever. That's all it is. Umar will try to run you in circles forever, and so will Jamal because he won't confirm completely that Umar is lying.
In the family, fishing around on Facebook, saw the Facebook post because he put the stuff out on Facebook. And I told him, I said, man, why you putting it out on Facebook? I said, that's going to cause more problems than none. He said, well, it's out there now, it's done. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, this is going to cause problems. But this is a 61-year-old man, what can I do? And he's not my father. You know what I'm saying? So I can't persuade him to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? If it was my father, I probably could have persuaded him to take it down. So my 17-year-old cousin happens to see it, and she brings it up to the elders. The elders come to me, and they're like, so when they look at the comments or whatever, so like, so what's this mess? And I tell them, and I'm like, well, I'm trying to give him an opportunity to come out and clear the air and come out and be honest. And my elders like, oh, we we ain't trying to hear that mess. That boy's son, you know what I'm saying, stole $1 million
Pause.
on our family name. So
the elders said they ain't trying to hear none of that shit.
He stole $1 million on the family name, and that's the point. The elders got pissed off when they heard that. At first, they thought he was harmless, but the thing was, he had people supporting him that wasn't a part of the family, but might have worked with the family. They had to restructure shit because of Umar.
Right. Damn.
Remember, I was telling you, like, I called and the lady was like, oh, we love Umar. That was some museum that was connected. Way back when this first started. So when it got to the point of Umar had stole approximately $1 million from the public, and like he said, the teenagers saw it and went to the elders with it. So then the elders called him because he the one that fixed the Googles. And here you go.
Hey, big sis, I was ready to say the same thing. Umar got this nigga smoking.
Look, I told you that night, Lord, Umar made him nut up for a minute. He had to go live and just vent. And we calmed him down after a while because he was ready to go hunt that Negro down.
we ain't trying to hear that. So they're like, well, you need to do something. We didn't put you out front for a reason, so you need to do something. Cause that boy's son then stole $1 million
Yep.
for a school that don't exist using our family name.
Yes,
So
the
you better
Google
do
Dr.
something.
Nene.
So I guess here I am. Because the last I heard, he was supposed to meet with two scholars today in D.C. Two Frederick Douglass historians. One was a reporter and a Douglasonian. The other, who I actually just got off the phone with, who is the curator of Cedar Hill, and he called me this morning, wanting to know if the meeting was still on. That he was going to be there for this meeting.
Right, Dominique.
And he was going to be there for this meeting to look at the information, which
hold on, I'll be right back. Let me see if I can find something real quick.
For a couple years that Umar Johnson was not related, and he really didn't need to see the information, the DNA reports, because he had done his own independent research because Umar would come into Cedar Hill with a bunch of kids and be in there running his mouth. So he did his own independent research. So he already knew that Umar wasn't related, and he instructed the staff at Cedar Hill to just treat him like a regular customer.
Right. So I guess somebody that was at the museum. It sounds. I can't really hear much. I'm trying to get the gist of what he's saying, but it sounds like he contacted somebody from the museum, and this guy did his own research, independent research, to figure out what the truth is, and then everybody keep coming to the same conclusion: they're not related. But he keeps showing up to the goddamn Frederick Douglass Museum, acting like he's family. So I guess the head curator instructed the staff to stop treating him like your family, treat him like a fucking customer.
Mm-hmm. They had to bar
Because
him from all the facilities.
And the grave, right?
the whole staff
Yeah,
already
because
knew that
look,
he wasn't
pause.
related.
That's what I meant by somebody at the curator and somewhere else, some museum or something. The people that was working there like Umar. Oh, he's such a great person. Oh, he says he was related to Frederick Douglass. Didn't take nothing into account and just let Umar advertise and shit. Yeah, and the grave site. And that's when they had to tighten security and restructure and stuff.
As they should.
Yeah, as soon
So
as they figured out it was a
uh,
problem, they nipped it in the bud.
they were instructed to just treat him like a regular customer,
Yes, Dominique.
because he had challenged Umar on several occasions, and then went back and
That video's still up.
checked his
Which
store,
one? Where you got
and the
ran out the
store had been shut
graveyard?
down.
Yeah.
It'll be hard to find. Michael.
Mike James. Who's Mike James?
See, that's why I said I
So
gotta
he
go
already
through
knew.
all my stuff with a fine tooth comb because I got some of this. Like, because I was playing the videos on my live. So, yeah.
Knew that Umar Johnson was not related, and this is at my uncle Fred's house. So when I would go there and I'd be talking to the staff, and I was like, well, when's the last time Umar Johnson been here? And I was like, who the fake? And I'm like, yeah, the fat fake. And they were like, yeah, he comes here probably like maybe like once or twice a year. And I was like, well, you know he's not related. And they cut me off. They're like, we know he's not related. We know he's not a part of you and Kenny's family. I'm like, okay. I'm like, so what goes on when he comes here? It was like, well, we treat him like a regular part of staff because this is a government facility or whatever.
That must be the lady.
So
That must be the lady you spoke to.
It could be. But nah, this one, the fake. No, this woman was singing Umar praises. Nah, whoever was letting Umar in then, because remember he said he treated him like a staff. That's a government facility.
Right.
Um, why would you treat him like a staff member?
I didn't get that neither. That's why I said it might be that lady that you
Or he might have meant to say customer.
he might have.
now that we have the DNA evidence, and on top of that, the money that he's stolen, then I'm going to talk to Kamal about an actual, actually barring him from the facility. And
Yeah,
now
this is like
with
8 years
and
ago. Between 6 and 8 years ago that all this went down. This happened pre-pandemic. So like it's nothing they can do besides spend money on a lawyer to file an injunction that's gonna do shit all. You can file
about
a
six
cease and
months ago, I
desist, but he just reworked the name again. He didn't change the name three or four times. Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, Frederick Douglass, Frederick Garvey, Marcus Douglass, and he'll keep doing it.
Yeah, that's what he did for his the paper for what's that? The nonprofit thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sending an email to him telling him that if he was caught in my family graveyard again, he would be arrested for trespassing.
Ashe.
Because there's no
Ashe.
That should have been the first step. Cause he poured when he poured libations, he be drowning the grave.
nobody in that graveyard that he has a blood tie to for a reason why he should be in there, especially not taking pictures. Which is why we are putting up a security fence here
Thank you,
very
Dominique.
soon with an from dusk till from a dawn to dusk security guard. They will only let in people for funeral services and people to come in and put in flowers and stuff like that by appointment because of him and people like him.
See,
Yeah, that's
Paul.
crazy that they gotta rearrange their whole fucking.
Yeah, they done made everybody else's life harder because they don't know how to stay off property that ain't theirs and ain't got nothing to do with them.
You made everybody else's business. They had to restructure. Sound like you had to restructure everything because
yes, they had to. It's multiple businesses and it nonprofits and everything else tied to Frederick Douglass' name, grants, scholarships, all kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and the family is over all of that. So
twice a month.
Yeah, he was going up there twice a month doing tours. He'd go there and then he'll go to Harriet Tubman grave. That's where I get that Ashe, because that's what he was doing on the video.
And I bet he was charging people for them tours.
Yes, he was.
Just making money off their name.
You got a wrench, right, Dominique? You can post it.
I just gave it to her.
Yeah, go ahead and post it.
And it's a shame that black folk got to do stuff like this because of people like him. Now we have the DNA evidence that that he is not actually related, and we have the DNA evidence now. His father took the test, and we can subpoena his father's test from Ancestry if his father would not come forward.
And I don't think he ever came forward, did he?
Nope.
No, I think he did say he took the test.
He took the test and he said that he wasn't related, but when they asked him was he related, it's the same question.
Okay.
And since since this game is going to be played where he doesn't want to, he wants to take his time and do this and do this, and he said, "Well, I'm going to hire a genealogist."
So,
69 people in the chat, only 39 likes. We got 30 Umarians up in here. Make sure y'all hitting that like button, family. Hold on. Shit. How much time is it? It's like 2-3 minutes in this video.
Well, you can hire a genealogist, but that ain't got a damn thing to do with us. You can hire a genealogist to figure out who in your family told that damn lie. But on this side, DNA don't lie. And you get, of course, you get them black folk that say, well, Ancestry is owned by the Mormons and blah 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 and this that and the other and yada 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 yada. And, okay, well, yeah. Well.
Wait, he this nigga trying to say, yo, I quit. This nigga really just trying to say, they faking the test. They owned by the Mormons. So let me let the dog back.
Yeah, people was up on the Terrence Bailey videos and on his Facebook going ham. You ain't gotta appreciate it, Chris.
I support Umar Johnson. I don't appreciate you talk about him. Well, you just gonna have to either click off the channel or sit here and listen to us talk about him because he's a bold-faced liar.
Umar is a fat, funky, nasty, sandwich eating bastard. How
He's
you
a liar,
like that?
also a liar. You can't get
I
mad
wasn't
at
even
us.
gonna go there
Why?
today.
This is
Jessica.
he claims that he's Frederick Douglass's descendant, and this is his actual descendant, saying that they have DNA proof that they're not related. You
So
can
we
bust it
start
all
our
you want.
mantra for the day. You inhale deeply and then you exhale. And then you say it 3 times, just like him.
Umar full of
Umar
shit.
full of shit.
Umar full of
Umar
shit.
full of shit.
Explain that to that cop out west who, while he was cop, he was a serial killer and killed 25 women. And then he started working at Home Depot or some crap like that, or Lowe's or something like that for like the next 18 years.
Don't
And then they
block him neither.
used Ancestry.com to pin
Understand?
25 murders on his ass. Now he's sitting in prison right now. And guess what? He wasn't black. He was white.
I hope you trolling.
And it wasn't him that did the ancestry test. It was one of his relatives.
Christiana.
And well, they had to get a sample from him, but he didn't turn it in. They found it in the trash. He never turned it in.
Wait, what did he not turn in?
His
Either
DNA.
way, he's sitting in prison.
Don't
facing
time him
capital
out.
murder
Leave him alone as long as he
over
ain't too nasty.
ancestry DNA test. Pretty
Not
sure
right.
y'all seen it in the
Well,
news.
it's not right for him to claim somebody else's lineage.
But the gist of this video is that there's been a
That's what I don't get about you Umar motherfuckers. You saying it's not right that we point out his lies, but over skip the lie.
Nothing we
They don't
do
skip the
is
whole lie.
right, but nothing Umar does is wrong.
Right. The nigga clearly
You took
interjected
your baby grit money and sent it to Umar. How proud does that make you? You probably took the school supply money too and sent it to him. Because he told you, don't be a shiftless Negro. Next time, make it double. Bye, Chris. That didn't mean block him neither.
No, don't block him.
DNA test done. Umar Johnson is not a blood relative of the Baileys nor the Douglas family.
He ain't kin.
He has gotten that. He has started off his career as a public speaker, being a Frederick Douglass
Wait a minute. Pause, bruh.
You a pillar?
If he a pillar anywhere, it's in the middle of Sodom and Gomorrah. And if that's the case, he need to be brought down.
Right.
And he talking about he a pillar to the community. He has conned over $1 million from the black community. And you say that's a pillar.
That's a pillar, right. And then
shame, Chris.
Then blame the ancestors for why the school ain't open. First he blamed the motherfucking Jamaican
shiftless Negroes
for not wanting to come out until he fixed the violations. And then he blamed it on the ancestors.
Sodom and Gomorrah jaded.
He the pillar in Umar land.
False pretenses. So when he been coming at me, or you know what I'm saying, so when I've been coming at him, and then he, you know what I'm saying, he come back at me and he talk that mess about Bailey blood, pure Bailey blood, whatever. He's a lying ass. When I told y'all that family tree that he been running around with was pure fake, there's my proof. His DNA.
Yeah, Chris, how much money did you spend?
That let you know that whatever he said whatever family tree he running around with is pure fake. I didn't even know he even tried to do that, but DNA don't lie.
Man, you a lie and the truth ain't in you.
He never collected $1 million from his donors. What?
Now you trying to backtrack. It's too much evidence on the internet for us to even argue with you about that, Chris.
And again,
like for real.
What that got to do with him lying about being a part of someone else's lineage?
See, this is what I was telling you about, bruh. Don't believe your lying eyes. Just believe what I told you. We ain't gonna believe all this evidence. We gonna believe Umar. And bye, Chris. Stop. You in the wrong place for that.
All right. Well, this is the video. Shout out to Dominique. Put it in there.
Jessica. Oh yeah, Dominique.
Kick this ass right off the gravesite.
Yeah.
That gotta be salty.
When Umar ran from the security
Listen,
at the
when
grave
you guys
door.
are on live video, you have to be careful, man, when you get on live video and tell people to pull up, man. I was watching Dr. Umar Johnson, and he actually said pull up. He said where he was and said for them to pull up. The funny thing about that is when he said pull up, someone pulled up and he panicked and ran. And you can see that dude, was shook, man. He was shook. But I'm going to play this for you. I want you guys to see for yourself, man. But be careful, man, when you get on live camera telling people to pull up. I just thought this was so funny, man. This is extremely funny to me. Check it out.
Oh, I got to get them bottles. Can't leave those water bottles out there. I almost left the water bottles. Columbus, Georgia. Pull up. Tailgate party, 11 to 2. Columbus, Georgia, pull up. Tailgate party.
Yeah, GA go pull up.
How disrespectful can you be? You trying to have a tailgate party at somebody else's family's grave.
At a graveyard.
At a graveyard.
No wonder they pulled up. He a dumbass. You actually gonna call out somebody in Columbus, Georgia. They throwed off down there.
11 to 2. Davis Broadcasting. Whoa.
I remember this.
Somebody pulling up. I'm getting out. Black Parent Advocate book release.
Man, dude, somebody pulled up and he ran, man. This is fair use, but I just thought this was funny. What do you guys think of Umar Johnson running when he told someone to pull up? And
oh my gosh!
I'm getting out.
He trying to hurry up and cover up his phone. Nigga. They told you to get your goofy ass up out of here. Talking about throwing a tailgate party at somebody else's grave.
$50 credit card cash.
man, dude, somebody pulled up and he ran, man. This is fair use, but I just thought this was funny.
Diabolical.
What do you guys think of Umar Johnson running when he told someone to pull up and they pulled up?
And they definitely pulled up on his ass. All right, so let's get into the video. Where is it at? Oh, there it is. This isn't too long ago. This was a few months ago. Yeah, 7 months ago this happened. He comes at the end, right? Like towards the end.
Who?
Yeah, we start playing this video, and that's when Terrence popped up.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Umar Johnson, a new one?
Yeah, the one where you name. No, the dude that they keep trying to assassinate. He started his own army.
Yeah, I'm the loss of what
I'm gonna drop down.
you're
I'll be
referring
back.
to.
Hold on. I'm editing the video right as we record this.
Sure.
special guest coming up. I'm sorry right now. I'm bugging out.
How are you doing this evening, Mr. Bailey?
On the panel. I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Judge, but this is
No problem.
Douglas' great grandson. I'll let you introduce yourself, Mr. Bailey.
I'm the 5 times great nephew of Fredrick Douglass.
Great nephew.
Yep.
This is a real descendant of Fredrick Douglass. And I believe you have some things you want to say. The floor is yours.
Well, I want to say this right off the bat. So, the whole thing with Umar Johnson saying that he's a relative of my family, that's not true. None of that.
We know that.
Yeah, so none of that is true. The dude is a whole scammer. And matter of fact, I was thinking about how I'm going to deal with this particular issue for the last few days. And I'm just going to go ahead and since you let me on your platform, I'm going to go ahead and break this right here, right now. So we're going to do a little story time. All right.
Okay.
All right. So just hilarious. We all know who that is, right? She's on the Breakfast Club, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So she was doing a homecoming show this past weekend in Baltimore. So my wife told me about it, and I was like, okay, that would be a good like she's from Maryland, you know what I'm saying? We from Maryland, Fredrick Douglass from Maryland, so the whole family's from Maryland, right? So she's gonna come, she's gonna do, she's gonna be, she's gonna do her, her little thing at the Baltimore Comedy Club. So I told my wife, I said, go ahead and book the ticket. I said, I'm not interested in seeing her show because I don't find her funny, to be honest. I don't. But watching the show, like she's funnier than what I thought she was. I was, I was surprised. But we weren't there to see the show. We were there for the after meet and greet because I wanted to, have a conversation with her about Charlemagne saying that Umar's coming back on the show to promote further lies and then say that he's related to my family and what have you. You know what I'm saying? So I paid, like, the tickets were over $100. The night started off, the night was hell. It was pouring down, raining. We I couldn't drive my car because it was pouring down, raining. So we went in my truck, and when I got out of the truck, I dropped my phone and my phone screen shattered. So I didn't have my phone. My phone was destroyed. Right. So we went and we watched the show, watched the entire show. She was pretty funny. I ain't gonna lie. She was, I wasn't a fan. I'm not saying I'm a fan now, but the show was good. So then they said, well, the meet and greet is in a conference room. The venue was at the Baltimore
we are definitely right about Umar. He's a scammer. At this point, he's a scammer. Mr. Switchy, what's up? At this point, the man is a scammer. There's no other way to put it. You keep lying about the school. He told you that the school was done. Renovations are done. The inspector won't even come to the building because he got violations that he still hasn't fixed. But he's telling y'all that the school is done. And again, have you ever seen him make any videos lately of him walking in and out the school? Every video that you see, he's either already in the building or standing outside. You never seen him walk in. You don't even know if that's really the school.
Comedy Club, which is in a hotel, which is not something that I would recommend to go to that comedy club because that shit is janky and ghetto as hell. It's janky as fuck. I wouldn't even recommend going to the Baltimore Comedy Club, but we went to go to the conference room for the meet and greet, which she was asking for $40 for a picture. So a lot of people didn't go. A lot of people didn't go back there. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't there for a picture. We wasn't there to watch the show. We were just there to get 3 minutes of her time, mind you. So, and mind you that I dropped my phone and broke my phone getting out of my pickup, right? So we get back there, and then we're met by her husband, who says, well, okay, it's $40 cash or cash app. And I said, you don't have a square? Like, what? I can swipe my card? Like, you don't have a square? He's like, no, we don't have that. It's $40. And I'm like, look, bro, for real, I don't want a picture. I need to speak to her about the situation with Umar and Charlemagne and with the Breakfast Club and Charlemagne saying that he's going to have Umar back on after all this bullshit that went on, whatever. And I handed him my card. I said, I am the founder of the only Fredrick Douglass founded family organization, 501c3 in the state of Maryland. And I need to talk to her. And he was like, well, anything you want to talk to her about, you can talk to me about. I'm a business manager, whatever. And then I looked at him like, I'm thinking to myself, like, this dude look familiar. And he said, well, meet us out in the lobby and we can sit down and talk. Anything you talk to her about, you can talk to me about. I'm like, okay, all right, cool. That's good. Like, me and my wife, we'll go sit out in the lobby and we'll wait for y'all. All right, so we go out in the lobby. An hour later, a security guard come out and say they dipped out the back door. They rolled out the back door.
Really?
Yes. So all this stuff with the Breakfast Club, Umar, Charlemagne, and then on stage, she called DJ Envy a scamming ass motherfucker, a scam.
I just want to stop and take time to say, goddamn, Remy, you look good. I just want to stop the video real quick and take time to say, make myself big. I just want to take some time to say, goddamn, Remy, you look good than the motherfucker in this video. Look at the dog in the back. Well, come on, get out of my life, nigga. Goddamn, Remy. Looking like a good piece of chocolate right there. No Diddy. No, I'm talking about myself. Anyway, goddamn, you look good, boy. All right, back to the video. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Terrence.
That's mofo.
I gotta get that watch fixed.
You know what I'm saying? But yet she wouldn't come and talk to like Maryland folk who she probably was, you know what I'm saying, inundated with doing Black History Month about Fredrick Douglass. So she's from Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? Right. And she wouldn't even talk to, you know what I'm saying, somebody who's a member of the Fredrick Douglass and Harriet Tubman family. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, wait. Come and talk to like.
Hey, and shout out to Mr. Judge and Tavares. Y'all been rocking with me that long? Shout out to Mr. Judge and Tavares. That's almost damn near not halfway a year. Y'all been over here. I didn't even realize that. Time flew like a motherfucker up in this zone. Time has really flew.
Like Maryland folk who she probably was, you know what I'm saying, inundated with doing Black History Month about Fredrick Douglass because she's from Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? Right. And she wouldn't even talk to.
We don't know specifically what the violations are, but we know he had a few violations, and we also know there's a 3-step process to getting your inspection, and Umar has not gone through any of these processes. He just wants people to do him a salad. He thinks because he's Umar that they're going to just hand him over the certificate of occupancy without him fulfilling the right things that he needs to do to get the certificate. But he's telling y'all, the haters. Like, and come on, Chris. I want you to be honest on this one, Chris. Let me make myself big. You not tired of the same old excuse every time he fails to open that school? You're not tired of it's always the same excuse. Oh, this person doesn't care for me. He talking about the inspector don't like him or the name of the school. So he's trying to block it, which is totally illegal. If that man was really trying to block his joint, his inspection, Umar could sue and that man would lose his career. How many foreigners do you know that's willing to risk $100,000 a year job because he don't like Umar? It's always the same excuse. Right, Tavares, appreciate you for being here. Mr. Switch, you've been here for a couple years now, too. Shout out to Mr. Switch. Yeah. He's always looking for favors. Just like the vacancy joint. He expected them people to fill it out for him. They sent him the shit. He didn't fill it out. He expected them to do it. And when they didn't do it, oh, they hating on me. No, motherfucker, it was your job to do it. You not tired of hearing the same thing over and over? Every time he fails, the first thing he does is blame it on somebody. Nothing's ever his fault. Now, come on. Nothing's ever your fault. It's always somebody hating or somebody trying to sabotage the struggle streamers, the haters. They be calling this. None of us call any of these fucking places that he always talking about. But goddamn, back to the show. I need to get out there. Where's that chain at? Where the fuck did I put that chain?
You know, there's somebody who's a member of the Fredrick Douglass and Harriet Tubman family. You know, like
this nigga said he was related to Fredrick Douglass and Harriet Tubman. I don't even think them two related. So how you related to both of them? Now I do got cousins on both sides of my family. Some of my family, my cousins, I'm related to on both sides, but it's mostly through marriage, though. Like, if I'm related to you on one side, I might be related to you on the other through marriage somehow. Small towns, that's how it is. But he said he was related to Harriet Tubman and Fredrick Douglass. How the fuck is that even possible? Let's see if they were even related. Is Fredrick Douglass and Harriet Tubman related? No, Fredrick Douglass and Harriet Tubman are not biologically related, but they were close friends, peers, and allies in the abolitionist movement. Both were born into slavery on Maryland Eastern Shore within 8 miles from each other. So them two not even related, but he claims he related to both of them motherfuckers. I don't mean to be calling them the answer, my bad, I'm calling them both of them. That's diabolical, yo. I've never, like I said yesterday, I've never seen so much divine intervention in one person's life. The prophets from every religious book don't even got that much divine intervention, and they guys was coming down, talking to him face to face. Well, he gets a lot of help, but he turns it down. What did that don't tell you something? Chris, that don't tell you something? Because we got copies of the emails where people offered him land, contractors, desks, books, all that stuff. There were people that was volunteering to help him fix it up. He turned it down. That doesn't let you know that he only reason why he turned it down, because if he takes it, he has to fulfill his obligation. And if he gets contractors, he has to show the books and where the money went. He has to do good on his word if he takes any gifts from anybody for the school. That lets you know he has no intention of building the school. People offered him stuff that could have had the school up and running 2-3 years ago, and he turned it all down. But then turn around and blame black folks for why the school's not opening. That don't click something in your brain, make you, oh, well, this nigga full of shit. I'm from Philly, and I don't like this motherfucker. because of what he's doing. He's an embarrassment to our city.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And she wouldn't even talk to, you know, somebody who's a member of the Fredrick Douglass and Harriet Tubman family. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that the whole thing is like they all scammers. I've not met a celebrity in my life. I don't care if it was.
Is my sound messed up? Let me know if y'all can hear me. My sound messing up? Oh no, ain't nothing wrong with the sound equal. I think that's you. I think that's your phone.
Chris Tucker, Nate Parker, any of them, all of them are scammers. Every last one of them. I've never met one who lived up to what they said verbally. I've never met one.
Wow.
Could I ask a question, sir?
He said the FBI is watching him. Yeah, a lot of you notice that all of these conscious motherfuckers say the same thing. If the FBI really wanted to get Umar, if there's plenty of evidence online to prove that he so many times he got arrested. First of all, he's not a licensed psychologist, and he's still going around claiming that he is a psychologist, a certified psychologist, but he doesn't have the certificate to practice it, so he's giving out information illegally. Philadelphia sent him a cease and desist to stop collecting money in the name of Fredrick Douglass, so he switched it over to Delaware. They're going to wind up catching that too. There's so many illegal things that this motherfucker, when you ask him, as a nonprofit, this is one major one right here. As a nonprofit, it doesn't matter if people donated or didn't donate. If somebody asks you to see the books and where the money's going, by law, you have to show them that. Has he done that? Not even to his donors. Even if the donors ask him, excuse me, Mr. Umar, where the money go? Oh, you a coon. Oh, use a Negro pin. That's a deflection. It's a shield he uses so he don't got to show you. That's why he has no partners. Because if he has a partner, somebody else is going to want to see them books and where the money went. And what about his taxes? Nigga claimed that he made 200 grand that year off of donations. But the number from the year before was higher than that year. And the 200,000 just disappeared. But Terrence, speaking of that 200,000, Terrence is going to explain what happened to
it. My question is, as you said, Umar Johnson is not a...
I don't need to go inside the school. There is black mold all on the outside of it. That right there is a violation. We have recent videos of the school. It looks exactly the same. It looks exactly the same. Let's just start with fuck what the inside look like. Let's just start with all that black mold on the outside. You cannot have that. And you can't power wash it. The only way to do it is to break down the whole interior and get it all out. Damn near reconstruct the whole building. That's going to cost millions of dollars, which he doesn't have. Sasha Love, thank you for the $2 super chat. Only people watching Umar is Weight Watchers. What? That was a good one. Thank you for the $2 super chat. If anybody want to support the stream goal, the Cash App and PayPal is at the bottom of the chat. The first Cash App and PayPal is mine, and the Venmo and PayPal is Trip C's. Anybody want to support the stream goal, that goes to the Cash App, PayPal for all the newcomers. We have a $25 stream goal that we would like to hit. We haven't hit it in a couple days. So if you want to participate in that, Cash App, PayPal's at the bottom of the chat. But most importantly, family, hit the like button. That's free. John Sales, peace and welcome. He said, and he says he thinks the FBI is watching him because he's paranoid and he has mental health issues. That sounds about right. He's using the infinity scam method, to which works well with some black people. That's what it's looking like, dog. He owes over 20,000 in abandoned property fees. Yeah, and that's on top of the violations.
Blood relative or even related to Frederick Douglass, as we're all aware. But my question is, because I've always been curious about this, he's been going around saying it for many, many years, well over 15 years. And to my knowledge, even though the family has, denied it, there's been a DNA test, I haven't seen one attempt by any family member to sue him for falsely representing your family or, fraud or any of that nature.
It's not worth the money. For the amount of money,
I was going to ask that too.
For the amount of money that it will cost to do that lawsuit, the return is not. It's not worth it. Matter of fact, we've pressed this, like state governments about the laws, like, what I'm saying, where they say,
Sasha, thank you for the $5 cash app. I appreciate that. We got 5 on it already. Got 5 on the stream goal. That's 4 more people send $5. We didn't hit the goal. Hey, y'all, I used to have a girlfriend named Sasha, Puerto Rican chick. She kind of looked like Hillary from Fresh Prince.
Where something goes into public domain, right. What have you, and the states don't even want any part of it because they don't want their money messed with, and it's like counterproductive with the money part in order to sue these people.
I get what he's trying to say. Like, it's going to take a whole bunch of money to, like Trip C said, it's going to bring more attention to him on that issue, and you're going to drain a bunch of money dragging him to court, and it's probably not going to stop him. He's probably going to keep doing it. Most likely he will. He'll just flip it into something else so he won't be legally bound or whatever agreement they will come to when they win. I think it was better that, and what's the point in taking him to court when we already proved by DNA? What's the point in spending the money to take him to court when we proved by DNA? The longer he keeps saying, oh, I'm related to them, when the DNA says you're not, the more he looks like a compulsive liar. So I get the strategy. I wasn't catching it at first when Trip C said it, but I understand it now. I mean, it's easier to let him walk around claiming that shit and look like a fool than to waste money trying to sue him. The small school has all the plumbing, electricity, but no, it don't. It got electricity. It might got, I don't know. All I know is them schools ain't done. And even if all the plumbing, let's say all that is true, Chris, all the plumbing, all the stuff is done in the school, it does not matter because it's filled with black mold all through the outside of the building. Black mold is one of the most dangerous molds out there. When they release their spores and you breathe that shit in, it can fuck up your respiratory system and cause you brain damage. And he's trying to bring children into that school. And I can't imagine how much mold is at the bottom of that gym floor. You forgot that they was pushing water out of that gym? He didn't lift the tiles up off that gym to scrub the mold off or do a mold treatment. And it was moisture down there. That gym is filled with mold. The dude even said it in the video. He said, look at all that black mold over there.
You know what I'm saying? So the best thing that can happen is what we're doing right now, which is creating an African American Historical Society where the executive board is made up of all black legacy families. There will be Frederick Douglass's family, Harriet Tubman family, Dr. James Steele family, the Henrietta Lacks family, the Malcolm X family, the family of Reverend Nat Turner, the family of Medgar Evers, and just going down the line and creating a conglomerate of black historical families to protect their own history.
That's way better than suing him. Imagine if he gathered up, and I'm pretty sure this was only 7 months ago, so I'm pretty sure he's in the process of doing that. Getting all the families together, and they all say, look, bro, you need to stop bringing up our ancestors. We don't want you talking about them no more. If you do, there's going to be consequences. Malcolm X, Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, all these families get together and say, hey, listen, you're making money off of our family members' name. You need to stop. What he going to call all of their families haters? Were he going to say they all jealous of him? I don't think so. Well, I do think so, but it's not going to work. Said even if he did the plumbing, he has to have a licensed contractor pull the permit. So if the work was done, it doesn't count. Right? You got to have a permit for all that. And we only seen 2 permits pulled up, and none of them was plumbing or electricity. Let's say the building passed the inspection. Who really thinks Umar is capable of building a staff and doing business? Speaking of that, I'm glad you said that, John. He has to have a business license to open that building after all the inspections. So even after he goes through the inspection process, he still got to go get a business license. He is way far behind than y'all think he is. Y'all think because the school done, there ain't other shit that come with that. School not done. Renovations ain't done because he didn't pull no permits for no renovations. You'll be able to easily look that up. He said the black contractor scammed him out of his money. There's no proof that any black contractors was there because if you got to think about it, if some contractor scammed the people out of their money, don't you think they would have a right to know who that contractor is? You notice they never named the company, and ain't no permits pulled for it. There's not one contractor on this planet that will start a job without pulling permits because it's you need it for insurance. If something happens, it's not on them. It's like an insurance policy. Yeah, the business license is the easiest part, right?
Because just because let's say just because Reverend Nat Turner passed away over 100 years ago, they don't give you the right to go making a nonprofit out of his name if you don't have the wherewithal from his family. That's bullcrap. But the state says that's legal, and that's why we have the problem we got going on with Umar Fraudson. That like this dude, this nigga ain't related to us. He said, "Well, I go to the family reunions. Guess what? I'm the one that put together the family reunion. I'm the one."
Boom goes the dynamite. He said he get a letter every year to go to the family reunion. He said this to Terrence. Now, if you really was going through the family reunion and you was invited, You would have known, he would have known that Terrence is the one who puts the shit together and sends the letters out. That's how you know this motherfucker. Ah, that's diabolical. I couldn't imagine Terrence's face when he said that shit to him when he was in the on the phone with him. What are you talking about? I go to the family reunions every year. I get a letter. I bet you Terrence looked at his phone like, this nigga serious? Got him. Got you in a lie right there. How the hell do you go to the family reunion and you get a letter and I'm the one who writes the letters and puts the family reunion together? That's probably why he went to the internet talking shit about Terrence, talking about I think he FBI and blah blah blah. He just jealous and what? No, motherfucker, he caught you in that lie. He caught you. This nigga said, I get a letter every year. I go to the family reunion. Terrence is the one who put that shit together and sends the letters out. So what letter did you get? And who fucking family reunion was you crashing? Because it wasn't that one. Diabolical. Oh, that's diabolical. I'm now that's the big mystery. Either you're lying or you didn't crash the wrong family reunion and you got catfished. Neither one of them good. Either your ass is lying, which we know you are, or you got catfished into going to somebody else's family reunion, because it damn sure wasn't the Fredrick Douglass family reunion. This stopwatch. How the fuck do I stop this thing? This is diabolical.
That's legal, and that's why we have a problem we got going on with Umar Fraudson. That like this dude, this nigga ain't related to us. He said, "Well, I go to the family reunions." Guess what? I'm the one that put together the family reunion. I'm the one that organizes it.
Now, Chris, that doesn't tell you that he's a bold-faced liar. He said Umar is funny. He's talking about his curriculum. He's going to charge parents $500 a month. Right? What the fuck? How are people being charged for a school that they helped that they gave their money up to build? I think all the donors should be given free tuition. But that don't let you know he's a liar right there, Chris. You just saw a video of him claiming that that every year he gets a letter and gets invited to the family reunion, which he attends. Terrence is the one who writes the letters. He's the one who puts the whole family reunion together. So that don't let you know that nigga's a bold-faced fucking liar? I'm trying to read it. Yeah, 77 people, 51 likes. Make sure y'all get those likes up, family, as you come in. And I don't know how to pronounce that name, but peace and welcome to the channel. The name right here at the bottom of the screen that says, hey, folks, peace and welcome back. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Said Ray and Pookie. That's who sent it. That's who sent him the letter, Helen. Ray and Pookie. It must have been, because it damn sure wasn't Terrence. It damn sure wasn't Terrence, y'all. I don't know who the fuck was sending them that shit. Hold on. Auntie, you should go out and check the South. Wait, no. Is that the first school scam that he did? This is the one. That's the one that Terrence is about to talk about. He actually called the director, and watch what the director tells Terrence. He raised that 200 grand. He didn't even have permission to be on. He didn't have permission to be on the campus when he recorded that video, and he never ever spoke to the director. So what was you collecting money for? Right, we need $20 more to hit our goal, our stream goal. If anybody want to participate in that, Cash App, PayPal is definitely on your screen at the bottom. And at the bottom of the chat, we need 4 unsung heroes tonight.
This dude ain't never been to my family reunion. He's a liar. He's a damn liar.
Right. So I do have.
He said he's never been to the family reunion. And I'm pretty sure a family reunion, like with some of that type of status, Frederick Douglass, I'm pretty sure that family reunion is very private. It's probably highly guarded. So I'm pretty sure that nigga didn't show up. Hey, I'm pretty sure he ain't get no letter because Terrence ain't write that shit. Pookie and Ray Ray must catfish that nigga. He done crashed somebody else's.
This dude ain't never been to my family reunion. He's a liar. He's a damn liar.
Right. So I do have a secondary question, and I just wanted to touch on what you said, because what you said in terms of it not being illegal is actually 100% true. Now, had he been collecting anything, or could be proven that he was collecting anything on the basis that he was a member of your family, yes, there could actually be legal lawsuit, and not legal lawsuit only, but also there could be charges to that. But simply claiming to be a family member,
he did collect off of it. He collected $1 million off the Frederick Douglass name. And he, like he said, they had to restrict him from coming into the graveyard, the gravesite, and the museum because he was doing tours there. You know, Umar ain't doing no fucking tours for free. That's making money off of the family name, and you're collecting money for the school that you named after him. That's all the proof you need. In my eyes, I could be wrong, but that sounds like all the proof you need to me.
Somebody's got some background noise. Somebody's got some background noise.
Unfortunately. That's me, unfortunately. There's wind picking up where I'm at. I apologize. But yes, as you said, it's actually, sadly, it's not illegal because he hasn't collected.
Chris, it ain't gonna be no school trips and school curriculums and programs. I'm telling you, it ain't gonna be. He just said all that shit to make it sound good.
Anything under the name of being your family. Otherwise, there could be charges. But Umar is smarter than that.
You know, well, that's not true.
What do you think?
You said he went to Freddie Jackson family reunion. Diabolical.
Sir?
Yeah, the noise is the issue. Can you go mute for a second?
Yeah, mute your mic.
Yes,
Mr. Judge.
He did profit from claiming to be a member of our family. If you were a part of this pushback on Umar going back over 10 years ago, that's how he initially got famous in Philly, was saying that he was a member of the Frederick Douglass family. That's how he got his traction. And it was...
Wait, let me correct you on that, Terrence. That nigga ain't famous out here. That nigga is not famous out here. He famous everywhere else but Philly. Shit, we ain't even know he was from Philly until he got famous. Philly didn't even know he was from Philly until he got popular.
2013, when I got home from Afghanistan, well, my cousins called me and said, "Hey, have you ever heard of her?"
Oh, you from Newcastle, Chris? I used to live in Claymont and Dover. I was a kid though, but I lived in Claymont and Dover. If you know Claymont, it was like a Rita's Water Ice right next to a McDonald's, and it was an apartment complex right behind a Rita's Water Ice and McDonald's. I lived in that apartment complex.
This guy named Umar Johnson, and I said, "No, I never heard of him." And they said, "Well, he's getting a bunch of trash sayings related to us. Have you heard of him?" I was like, "No, I ain't heard of no damn Umar." And they said, "Well, he's related to this certain area of the family, whatever." So I called that area of the family, like, "You know who this person is?" And I started looking him up. No, and then we started seeing how bad the situation was, and then the elders got involved. The elders of the Bailey, Gross, and Douglas family got involved. And it was like, okay, well, let's say for the sake of argument that he was able to prove, like we don't see any proof, but let's say for the sake of argument that he was able to prove that he's related to us. The elders of the family said, the second we know that he's proved it, he's disowned.
Oh wow! And Trip C's was saying that also that the family was like either way. So basically, the family was saying even if he was related, we ain't fucking with him. But even if he was related, I don't think they would lie about it. I think they would say what he said, what he just said. Yes, we do have a blood relation, but we just own this motherfucker. But that ain't the case. DNA don't lie. They ain't related. Umar said that parents can come to the school to relax, eat snacks, and get away from the kids. You mean lonely single women? That's the only parents he inviting. Lonely single women so he can get his shango stick wet. Yeah, the elders got called and came to you and asked you to deal with that and handle that situation.
Hey, let me see if I can get this. I'm trying to get this on my PC because on my phone I got you on my phone and it ain't working out. Like the sound is bad as hell. Hold on a second. Hey,
where like search for reasons.
No, it wasn't you. I had too much open on my computer.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So go ahead, sir.
So yeah, you got a lot of these people that are actually trying to make money off of the name. Like Umar was using the family name in order to try to get money for this fake school. Now you got to remember, you got to understand that the school that he's got going on now, this is the third scam. There were two scams prior to that.
Okay, I think this is when he get into it. I think this is when he get into it, and I think we play a video of him. Yup, is this one right? Yup.
You know what I'm saying? There was St. Paul, and there was a school in Detroit.
Cool. Not Southside.
Where the school in Detroit, the mayor of Detroit sent him a cease and desist. For St. Paul's, he came there and he did that bullshit video, and he never.
Well, he's still gonna get support because there are a lot of gullible people still out there, and that's the whole reason for what we're doing. Trying to make these motherfucking gullible ass people wake the fuck up and see their mistake. I think a lot of them are either just gullible and dull-minded and very easy to manipulate, and another part of them is just and don't want to admit that they got fucking scammed. That's my opinion.
Showed up again to the point where I had actually did a interview with the real estate agent there from St. Paul's, and then I uploaded on YouTube, which was a video which is prior to the one that you just showed on your platform. So that
used to be I used to love
scam is basically three scams. This is three scams ahead. You know what I'm saying?
I thought it was two. I didn't know it was three.
Yeah, it's three. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's technically four now. Date with the doctor.
well, that's four. You know, so this dude is a scam artist. Now I had tricked Jamal into doing a DNA test, and this is where I and Afro Spengali fell out because she's batshit crazy. That's something different. But
damn, AAS fell out with Terrence too. Oh yeah, that made it crazy. She didn't fell out with it. Yeah, she want to be the only one. You didn't fell out. You actually fell out with Terrence. Oh my God, I don't even want to bring her up. She might pop up.
I had, we got him. I got him to do the DNA test, and then I made an agreement with him. I said, well, if you, regardless of whatever it comes out to be, you have to be the one to break the news. He said, all right, cool. All right, so when it came out that he wasn't related to Fredrick Douglass, he didn't want to bring the news out. So it was myself, True Black Anonymous, Afro Bengali, and a couple of others. And I said, look, if we just get him to come out and be honest, let's agree to leave him alone because he's not the one we after. Let's agree to leave him alone if he would just be honest and break the news, because he's not the one we after. So
yeah, Tavares, you are absolutely right. I forgot about the shockumentary that he collected a bunch of movies for because he was trying to overshine Tariq and Hidden Colors. And he collected a bunch of money for that shit, and they ain't never come out. I remember that.
Afro Bengali says she goes to make a video. Terrence Bailey trying to bully me into doing X, Y, and Z. What? Like, heifer, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. Matter of fact, I haven't spoke to you. This was something that was actually told. This was a conversation, and somebody else told you what I said, and I was like, let's. If we can get him to just be honest, we'll agree to leave him alone. If he just be honest.
One moment, Terrence.
Makes sense.
Mods, yeah, it does. Mods, go ahead and handle that because I'm not in the mood tonight.
Also, we're not letting nobody else up.
Wait. Hold on, let me finish. So she went off with all that crap she was doing, and Jamal still didn't say nothing. So I ended up bringing it out and be like, okay, you know what, F all that. This nigga ain't related to us. Here's the DNA report or whatever. There's no genetic relationship between the Bailey family and Jamal Johnson, Umar Johnson, none of them or whatever. And after talking to, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but one of his ex-girlfriends who talks to Umar's sister, she said that they were never related. That was part of the scam too.
Wow.
So,
damn, he even talked to some of the family, and they said, nah, that nigga just said that just to scam people. Damn. You know you fucked up when your own family embarrassed of you. So you ain't got his ego is so big that he don't realize he lost his fake family, which is the Douglas family, and his real family. How big can your ego be, bro?
They just dragging my family name over the last 20 years, making money.
Wow.
And here we have a whole 501c3 and trying to build an African American cultural center and whatnot, and we struggling to even pay for the money for the feasibility study. And this Negro out here then pulled in over $2 million and got.
Yeah, see, they trying to actually start an actual program, a nonprofit, and the money that they could have been collecting to do that, Umar's been collecting it for his fake school. Now, I feel some type of way if I was their family too. We're trying to do stuff in the name of our ancestor, actually really do something. And here you are collecting money off of the ancestor's name while we struggling to do what we trying to do for the children. If anybody would have a right to do it, it would be Terrence and his real family. Yeah, that's fucked up.
All these,
It was actually 4. It was 4 million actually.
That's even worse, bro. That's even worse.
I know.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because trust me, man, I've been me And I don't know how much Remy has, but I've known about Umar Johnson since I want to say either 2022 or 2023, and within 6 minutes, I encountered him from the Lord Jamar video where Jamar called him out and he freaked out over his rather basic questions. And ever since then, I've been watching Umar and seeing how bad he was. Within 6 minutes, I called him out to be a scammer. And now, here in 2025, I'm actually making videos, hilariously, because I'm major into artificial intelligence and reasons I use that.
I didn't know much. I'm not gonna lie. When I first got on YouTube, I liked the content. I watched Hidden Colors. I thought that he was very informational. When I got onto YouTube, I found out about all the extra stuff, and then I joined up with my sister Trip C's, and she gave me the rundown. And then when you first start YouTube, you study things to try to see how YouTube works, and then you start seeing stuff, and that's when I just started seeing all his shenanigans and everything that he was doing. And it showed me that video that I just played of you a while ago, and that's when I knew he was a scammer. Well, I knew he was a scammer, but sometimes you got to see things with your own eyes. And when he starts saying, because I'm from Philly, I live in Philly, so it's embarrassing to us when he starts saying the Fredrick Douglass stuff. And then I saw your video, and I'm like, yo, this is totally embarrassing to Philly. And then everything that came forward, but I laid off of it. When I first started YouTube, I was doing videos on you, Umar, going on the scammer. Oh, shut up, Remy. Nobody want to hear you talk.
You must not have meant to put that in the chat.
You can watch it. They wouldn't believe it. This man can do whatever he wants. Poor following will keep trying to jig us up.
Hold on, Remy. Terrence, are you trying to put a link in the chat?
Yeah, I was trying to put my channel.
Give him a wrench real quick.
Yeah, let me give you a wrench.
So that shit don't look right. I'm like, why does shit look crazy?
Now, Seth, we told you we wasn't letting nobody else up here, and you keep trying to jump up here. Yeah. That's not us being a coward. That's you not following directions.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It was somebody in the chat that kept trying to jump up there. When I put the link down for Terrence to come up, like 3 or 4 other people try to come up with him nobody knew. They just popped up out of nowhere and try to come up on stage. And it's like, get the fuck up out of here, dog. I don't know you. What you thought this was? Yeah, you're not following directions. I said we're not letting nobody else up here. So we got a guest up here, and everybody was just going to jump up here. Mr. Judge, I know him, and he had jumped up here before he did.
I knew it. I knew it.
And here's the thing. It was not paid out of the general fund of FDMG, which means it was to tell you that all that money is gone. It's either up his nose, in his stomach, or up his ass. All that money is
told y'all.
I think it's all 3.
Which means it was to tell you that all that money is gone. It's either up his nose, in his stomach, or up his ass. I'll tell you that all that money is gone. It's either up his nose, in his stomach, or up his ass.
I forgot he said that. Oh my God! That nigga said, "I'm telling you, that money gold is either up his nose, in his stomach, or in his ass." I think it's all 3. Yeah, I know, right?
All that money is
told
gone.
y'all.
I think it's all 3.
All that money is gone. There's a female that paid it. Now, what you need to do is you need to follow Lene_Stacks on Instagram. Yep. His ex-girlfriend, she got.
Oh, speaking of the devil, oh man, I wonder what Terrence thinks about Lene Stacks now. I wonder what he would have to say about Lene now. I'm pretty sure he probably has some strong words for her and Marianne. Oh man.
Got all the receipts. You know what I'm saying? She got all the. She got. Look. You're not gonna find too many people who've been up in that house and it's gonna speak on it. You know what I'm saying? They scared to death of this dude. This dude walk around with chicken guts and gizzards in his.
Yeah, we saw that.
You said this nigga walk around with chicken guts and gizzards in his knapsack. Diabolical. Oh man. Yeah.
That he didn't cast spells on. This dude is on Instagram saying, I'm gonna call down Ogun. I'm gonna call down Sogun. All these African people. This dude is doing roots on people, and he think that it messes working on people. He's calling the dude is doing roots.
He said he fell out with ASS. He said ASS lied on him. He fell out with her because she lied on him. That lady gotta be super psycho, or just want to be the only person to take Umar down. Come on, we got 80 people in the building watching this, and we only got 57 likes, fam. To get those likes up for me, please. Don't forget the stream goal. We already got 5 on it. We need 5 from 4 people to reach our goal. Cash App, PayPal's at the bottom of the chat. If anybody wants to participate.
African people, this dude is doing roots on people, and he think that it messes working on people. He's calling the dude is doing roots on Instagram. He's got people scared, but y'all need to understand, man. The shit don't work on you if you're not scared. If you
man, they called him Gizzard Bag Tunde. I forgot he said that.
Not scared, you don't believe in it, shit don't work.
Right. Oh, let me ask
I champion not believing anything, so no voodoo shall work on me.
That post he put up on IG for the lady homegoing service. Do you know who she is? Is that one of his donators?
I have no clue. Look, you need to understand. As far as my family goes, I don't know how long y'all been in this, but we put out a declaration back in 2016.
Oh, I was here for that. I was here for all of that.
You saw the declaration? You read it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So
it's probably on my channel somewhere.
Hey, well, I appreciate if you can pull it back up.
I'm gonna have to go through and look, but I can probably find it.
Hold up.
Won't be tonight, but yeah.
Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, I just want to say this. One of the things in the time that I've studied Umar, I have a whole notebook LM research dedicated to his scamming and what have you. I've watched his videos, and one of the most important things that I think most people haven't bothered to notice is we all know he's a scammer, we all know he's a deception, but there's a hidden deception in his character that is very insidious and people don't even realize it. And it's this. In reality, when you really think of it, because he always tries to play this character of Rachel Lyons, black empowerment, fighting against white supremacy, and most people call him out as a bullshitter for that. But here's the reason why he's doing it. The reality is he's a problem for all sides. And the reason why he's a problem for all sides is because he's not really loyal to the black community. He's not loyal to anybody but himself. He will demonize whites like me to get in bed with blacks by blaming whites for pretty much everything. Everything is white supremacy this, white supremacy that. And then when he gets inside with the black community, his main and only goal with you is to use you as a piggy bank. And when you no longer provide or otherwise call him out for anything or even so much as critique him in any fashion, you are a coon, you're not part of the Pan-Africanist movement, etc., etc. So whites...
I ain't gonna lie, Mr. Judge, he right on the money with that. That's exactly what Umar does. I'm not gonna lie, he on the money with that. That's exactly what Umar does. Like I said, and disrespecting the ancestors brings the wrong kind of energy, but don't take my word for it. Umar knows how. Like, how your Umar, how's your life so far? That's a good statement. Umar uses black stereotypes like, like white supremacy. Yup. The room listens to Trip C's when she says hit the like stream, everyone hit the likes ASAP. Right. Nah, she an alligator snapping turtle.
Are scapegoats for his rise to power in the black community, and the black community is essentially nothing more than a piggy bank. As I said,
That's diabolical.
Okay, everybody, we're not gonna let the Umarians run our blood pressure up. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. I'm talking to you, Ghostface.
They came in flocking.
We know that's a vacant lot. It should be condemned. He can't put a school there. There cannot be a school there without damn near $500,000 worth of testing, and that's before treatment. So,
a couple million.
Well, it's two buildings. One they across the street from each other. I'm talking about just to get the ground tested. It's gonna be like $500,000 per site because those are two different lots. So that's
Hey Seth, I think you might be on the backup channel.
$250,000 per site. So that's $500,000 total just for that. The whole thing would have to be gutted out and renovated, ceiling fixed, bumper HVAC. You ain't even at that level. All the toilets over on the side, but he say the school ready to open.
I remember he got mad at the workers for using the toilets, talking about some but the toilets are supposed to be working at that time.
Personally, I would never use a toilet in that area. I would never.
The one time
use a toilet
he went in that bathroom that I saw, it was tiles up off the floor. The toilet wasn't even on the thing. It was just laying to the side. That wasn't no.
Right now, he claims that all that needs to be done is the tiles on the floor. What about what's your name? Tristan. Peace and welcome to the channel. What happened is Umar is now again claiming that he is still a descendant of Frederick Douglass, and we have Frederick Douglass' actual descendant, who is the head of the Douglass family and Bailey family, exposing that they don't know this nigga and he's not related, and they had a DNA test, and he's not related to them. Wait, what'd you say, Bougie? Wait, how did Mandy lose his first channel? Do you know? I don't know. He just said he had a channel and he lost it. I have no clue how he lost it. I don't even remember him having a channel. The tiles on the ceiling. Every time you go in there, there's open wire. If you throw a bottle of water in that classroom, everybody
he hasn't even done enough repairs to get the daggone property off the vacant lot list.
You just missed that part, Tristan. He explained why they didn't sue him, because for one, they had a DNA test to prove it, and two, there's no point in spending a bunch of money dragging him to court when he's just going to keep doing it anyway. So what he wants to do is he wants to get the Malcolm X, Frederick Douglass family, Marcus Garvey family, Nat Turner family, and the Harriet Tubman family all together, so they can all tell him, hell no, you need to stop. This nigga even said he was related to Harriet Tubman. Facts.
Not to mention the mold that's literally everywhere, and all he did was paint over it.
That's true.
It's like a concentration camp. Yeah.
When he did that first tour of FDMG, remember that closet he went into with all those paint cans and paint brushes and stuff?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they used to paint FDMG. That's why it's that funky yellow color.
Oh wow! But I want to point
that's what was in those paint cans.
He said, "What'd you say, Steph?" Umar is belittling, egotistic, narcissist, psychopath. This nigga always got these big ass words. Lying, psycho, babbling, mentally deranged, agent of chaos, black devil, vampire, feminized, white supremacy. God damn, Steph. In his video that he sent somebody to go get the notice off the door, which means that he never stepped foot back in that school for months.
He ducking the process server. Do the math.
Yeah.
He ducking the process server. That's all that is.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Mr. Judge caught that in his video, and I uploaded it, and I was like, yo, I didn't catch that, but Mr. Judge caught that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He also said that he was King Ram. A fortune teller told Umar that he was King Ramses III in his past life. I'm surprised he didn't say Moses. Well, I'm surprised he didn't say Jesus. He claims him and Jesus. He said him and Jesus was born on the same day. I forgot he called. He said and Saint Germain. That's diabolical. I've never seen so much divine intervention in my life. The Bible don't even got this much divine intervention. So all these people are connected somehow because of Umar. Harry Tubman, Ramses III, Saint Germain, Fredrick Douglass. They all have one thing in common. They all connected through Umar. He sent somebody he was in Philly or wherever he was.
Yeah.
And he sent them to go get it, meaning that he has not been in that school in months before he got that notice.
Right. And what led me to notice that is this, is one, he said he was chilling at home when he sent somebody, but there's also the critical fact that he claimed that he was in the area, but he just collected the mail. Now, once I heard that, that made it clear that either you're screwed either way, because it means either one, you went there, you got the mail, you didn't step foot in that building at all, hence why you didn't even see the notice on the door, or you never went there at all in the first place, hence why you had to send somebody else to get it. So no matter what area you do, it's checkmate. You were never there, no matter what.
Right. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and if you guys pay attention to my latest video, it's even worse. Like, there's even a part in my latest video I did with him where he literally is doing nothing but filming himself sleeping in bed, and it's like, why are you filming yourself lying in bed? No one wants to see that shit.
That's the video of
sexy.
Yo, I think he was getting fellatio when he first woke up, because you can see the cover get pulled down, but his arms aren't moving.
From St. Paul's College.
Okay, this is when you start talking about what happened with St. Paul.
After just video was, but I'm glad now. You see what comes on. I'm glad there was one point in time where I'm glad now that my name is not connected.
I ain't gonna lie, I was either I must have just smoked a blunt or I was tired from work. Either one.
To his, but there was one point in time here's the video. If you go on YouTube and put Umar Johnson's St. Paul School College was a scam from the start, Oh,
Now, this is the video where he.
if you YouTube that,
Umar.
that's the.
That's a Umar fever dream. I refuse to watch it.
Well, no. All of you, you need to go and watch the lady, the lady who did the production. You need to go back and go on her page and see that she was forced to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
You
need to go back.
And the plot. I don't.
That's a Umar fever dream. I
Clarity make any sense to you at any point? Because I found myself just listening to it. I'm like, what the hell is even the plot? I don't.
That's a Umar fever dream. I refuse to watch it.
No. All of you, you need to go and watch the lady, the lady who did the production. You need to go back and go on her page and see that she was forced to do that.
I need to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, he basically hoodwinked her into recording that.
I definitely was. I was either tired from work or I was high than a motherfucker. I must have had a blunt and a beer in me, or I might have been tired from work. But either way, my eyes were chinky than a motherfucker.
Exactly. So go back and subscribe to her page because Miss Marianne deserves the subscriptions.
Yeah.
And go back and
he talking about Marianne. He said Marianne. I mean, he forced Marianne to make the movie. Oh man, I wonder what Terrence would think about her now. We got to get Terrence back on the show and let him know what's been going on. I don't think he know, because he don't be on. I don't really see him on the internet as much anymore. Right after this,
support her because she's also a victim. Umar sued her for $500,000.
Yeah.
Right.
So let me say this before I forget, because everybody need to be watching their children. How does a 20-something-year-old have 40,000 racks to go pay off Umar utility bills? They out here scamming, credit card scams, check scams, any kind of scam you can think of involving a electronic device. Them PPP loan, there was a whole bunch of 20-something-year-olds that got caught doing that mess. Y'all better go subscribe to Pocket Watching with JT and get hip, because this is where this money is coming from and going to.
Water Wicker, peace and welcome.
And look, I also want to say that in this video, I was going through some things. I had lost some weight, so that's not how I really look.
We can see. We can see how you.
Oh yeah, see, I be telling them about the one you took down, Terrence. That midnight live. Umar had really got you hot at that point.
Hey, look, man, don't tell my business. Hey, look. I'm gonna tell you, look. I'm gonna tell you something else too. And people that really know me will tell you this. I left this Umar stuff alone because that dude was gonna make me do something to him. I walked away.
Terrence even said it. Trip C's wasn't bullshitting. Even Terrence even said it. Look, man, I had to fall back before I fuck around and do something to him. Boy, you better leave that nigga alone.
For 5 years. I walked away for 5 years because all this stuff, all that talking tough crap that he do, and this dude is a punkified faggot. I don't, and then claiming to like be related to me, you know.
Yeah, just breathe. And you had just got back from active duty at that. Right. Yeah, that was a lot.
The person that's talking is Fredrick Douglass's great nephew, the head of the Douglas family and the Bailey family. This is the actual, a real life blood descendant of Fredrick Douglass coming on the show to let us know that Umar is a bold-faced liar and he's not related to him. He's about to expose the St. Paul scam.
That dude was about to, I was about to make that dude's mama cry. I had to walk away. Because
damn, you know a nigga mean business when he said I was about to make that dude mama cry. Umar, you got whoa, no wonder why he shut up for all that time. No wonder why Umar stopped saying it for damn near a year. And he just started saying now that Terrence ain't on the scene no more, he starts saying it again. That's the whole reason for me doing this video tonight. Because now that Terrence isn't like active on the internet, he's back claiming that he's Fredrick Douglass descendant again to collect more donations. So my job on this one is to prove without a shadow of a doubt that he is not related to them. They even took a blood test. Well, his father, he claims that he's related to Fredrick Douglass through his father. So Terrence got his father to take a DNA test. There's no match. You are not the father. And that's pretty much it. But Umar is still claiming that he's related to them. And then Umar, that's the funniest part about the story. How you gonna tell the nigga? He told Terrence, I get a letter every year and I get invited to the family reunion. Little did he know, Terrence is the one who writes the letters and invites the family to the family reunion. So who the fuck wrote you a letter? Because Terrence didn't know who the fuck you was. I thought Umar Johnson was an inmate that got released from the feds. He said inmates talk like that. I mean, yeah. We got 61 likes, 70 people in the building. Make sure y'all hitting that like button, family. What we at, 3 hours? Might go another one. Might go a whole another one. Yeah, we ain't doing shit else. Yeah, make sure you're hitting that like button. And don't forget the stream goal. We need 4 people to send in 5 or 20 people to send $1 to the Cash App or PayPal at the bottom of the screen. Got 60-something people in the chat. Everybody send $1. We make the goal for this stream and next stream.
I wasn't built like that then, and to be honest with you, I'm not built like that now.
But I don't blame you.
I don't have no tolerance for stupid shit from punk niggas. I don't do punk niggas are punk white boys. I don't have no.
Yeah. Look, when I saw you switch content, I said, "Yep, Terrence done went to his happy place."
Well, sir, I have to say, I think even though I don't encourage violence whatsoever, I don't think you would have made his mother cry necessarily. I think you actually would have saved her, considering the horrible condition he has her in and has had her in for years.
That's what I
would actually have done. You wouldn't have known it, but you actually would have saved someone.
If y'all didn't get hit when he turned that camera around that time and y'all saw that landfill, you should have known then that his mama was in some bad conditions.
Right.
I thought it was just the basement. It's the whole house.
Yeah, especially if he was staying that's where his mama was staying when he flipped that camera around and he's talking about, oh, I'm in the process of moving. Nigga, that ain't when you're in the process of moving, it's boxes and stuff everywhere, not trash. Let's get to this video.
Yeah, I thought I messed up when I turned the camera around one time, and they saw my guns and stuff sitting on the stand.
Yeah.
That's very popping.
This is a follow-up to the open letter that I currently have in circulation in regards to Umar Johnson. I came across this information too late to put it in the letter. This is in regards to St. Paul's College.
You about to blow this shit wide open.
I talked to personally myself, so this is not information I got from somebody else. So this is not hearsay. This is information that I obtained myself. I talked to the people that are handling the school. And
thank you for the $2 super chat. She said for one more hour. Yeah, I got you. Thank you for the super chat. But you should have said next time make it full and send it to the Cash App and PayPal.
Sale of the school. And first of all, I want to say that the whole donation drive, fund drive for the purchase of a school for black boys run by Umar Johnson from the get-go is a scheme.
Watch, he about to blow this shit wide.
Umar Johnson had no intentions of purchasing St. Paul's College.
No intentions.
As of 2 weeks ago, July the 10th, St. Paul's College has not been purchased, is not on a contract, an offer has not been made.
He told everybody that he made an offer. First of all, the starting bid was $2 million. Umar asked for 200 grand. And then after all of that, he told everybody, oh, they sold it behind my back. The school was never sold, according to Terrence.
The school is for sales for slightly under $3 million. And any reasonable offer will be considered. Now let's go back in time a little bit. Umar Johnson went down to the school. He went there with some students from VCU. He went down there and he talked to a Mr. Dudley. And he told Mr. Dudley, oh, don't worry, I'm going to purchase the school, this, that, and the other, yada, yada, yada. And he was going down there like he was this big, important man and this, that, and the other. He brought these students down there and he was, hey, you want to come to my school? And, you guys can come to my school and you can work at my school and this and that. I'm buying all this and yada, yada, yada. So he comes down there with these students from VCU with this, they had like this camera equipment.
Now, mind you, these students that he's bringing over there and promising them, oh, you can go to my school, you can work at the school. He's not supposed to be on the property. He snuck into the property.
And stuff like that. And this is when he basically scammed Mr. Dudley into allowing him to do the video that's online, the promo for the donations. If you go on YouTube or whatever, you can see him doing the promo for the donations. And then,
wait a minute. So he convinced, when he made that video, he convinced Mr. Dudley to allow him to make that video.
He convinced like Mr. Dudley to allow him to walk the grounds and everything with the cameras because he told Mr. Dudley he was going to buy the property. He did that little funky St. Paul's commercial and never mentioned St. Paul's again. Then when everybody started digging and called the realtor, they found out he never put a bid in.
No, he did keep mentioning the school. But when he said that he was keeping in contact with them or whatever, that was a lie.
Yeah.
He was watching what they was doing online and what they was updating on their website or whatever, and kept saying that he was trying to buy the St. Paul's College. But Mr. Dudley said he never heard from him from the day they did that video.
Diabolical.
Oh my
Also,
God.
So the day that they did the video, the dude didn't know that he was even there filming. He brought some students with him. It made it seem like, you know, he was giving them a tour and he was trying to be an actual buyer. I got it wrong. That's what it was. He faked like he was giving a tour, but he was really shooting a goddamn fake ass promo to get money.
The school is a scam, and he never paid those kids that did the video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's fucked up. And then he burnt the kids that edited the video and did the video for him. That's crazy. That's the second time we didn't heard a story of Umar taking money from children. When he scammed King Randall out of that $2,000-$3,000, that was taking money from the children. That could have went to some program or something that in his school. But instead, he thought that, you know, having Umar Johnson come there would be a good idea to inspire the kids. Umar burnt him. And now we're hearing that the video makers of that St. Paul's video, he burnt them. And didn't he burn the maintenance dude? The video that's playing on the live stream I think is old, but this actual live stream that I'm playing is from like 7 months ago. You said donate to Uncle Russ.
yeah, and there's also the fact that on top of him saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have a campus and whatever," and walking around, he said two incredibly obviously false things. The first thing he said was that he was going to have the teachers and the students live in the area, claiming he was going to buy the land area around it, build all these boarding houses or whatever, so the teachers and the students. Yeah, and then the second thing he said while it was going on, he was claiming that when he got to campus, he was going to do a black farm, and they were going to get black pigs, and on top of that, all the while he never purchased the school, was still, you know, quote unquote, trying to acquire it officially. And all the while saying, "Oh yeah, or donate to me because we're going to get a farm. We're going to have black pigs, and we're going to teach agriculture." And then later,
yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. He said he was going to shake the land around and make a whole river, a man-made river around the whole campus in the shape of Africa, and he was everything black pigs. That's a hog, nigga. You ain't gonna be able to raise no hogs. Them things meant for the wild. See what I'm saying, Chris? See what I'm saying? You should hit the Cash App and PayPal for that now. Hit the Cash App and PayPal. We done woke you up over here. Like Jessica said.
On, he'd be claiming, the reason why we didn't get that farm on that campus was because they had already purchased the property and I didn't know that, and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, my God.
Now, this is back about 10 years ago, Remy. This is about around the time. Now, see, when I got the phone call about Umar Johnson, I was living on Dover Air Force Base, to be clear. I was actually in rehab, to be honest. They had moved me out of civilian housing into military housing in order to get me around other military active duty service members in order to reacclimate me back into civilian life because I was just that fucked up. From coming out of combat.
I can imagine he probably has some PTSD. You don't get a Purple Heart without putting in some type of, you don't get a Purple Heart. It's not easy to get a Purple Heart in a war. You got to do some off the wall, extremely heroic shit to get one of those. So I can imagine he probably has some PTSD. Umar, you should leave that nigga alone.
And then I get my family forces me into the situation to defend the whole family against this nutbag. You know, and the thing I guess appalled me the most was just how ate up and how just disgusting and nasty this individual was after the life I had lived. If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? This dude has no.
Can you imagine going to war and fighting for your country, get a Purple Heart, and come to find out it's a motherfucker that's claiming that he related to you, making money off your family name? I couldn't imagine the strain and stress he was going through, especially when you're trying to build of some type of foundation for in the name of your ancestor, and this motherfucker is taking all the money from it. I'd be highly upset. You said yes, you understand now? All right, that's good, Chris. Hit Cash App and PayPal for us waking you up over here. Support the stream goal.
He has nothing to offer anybody. He's trash. And I'm trying to.
That's what I'm saying. A war injury ain't no regular injury. It ain't no ankle sprain. You might have got shot, stabbed, blown up. There's a whole lot of fucked up ways to get injured in the middle of a war.
All of you who have been to any of his events, and he shows this family tree. If anybody in the chat has been to any of his events, and he shows this family tree, right? Now, I've seen this family tree. Now, any of you haven't seen it, now tell me if I'm wrong. It starts in 1833. He claims to be a relative of Fredrick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was born in 1818. He says that he is a descendant of Betsy Bailey, who was born in the 1700s. Why the hell does his tree start in 1833?
Right, because he wanted to X out all the other people into it and interject himself into it.
You have a tree that starts in 1833, but the family history of the Baileys started back in the mid to late 1600s in North America, starting out in Virginia and Oxford, Maryland. On the Frederick Douglass side, we came off the slave ships in Oxford, Maryland. He has none of that information, but he says that he's related to us. Now, this dude is.
Wait, what did he say?
Starting out in Virginia and Oxford, Maryland. On the Frederick Douglass side, we came off the slave ships in Oxford, Maryland. He has none of that information.
Hold on, what?
A descendant of Betsy Bailey, who was born in the 1700s. Why the hell does his tree start in 1833?
Oh, so Betsy, the lady that he claims that gives him the relation to Frederick Douglass, was born in the 1700s. But on Umar's family tree that he's been showing everybody, it starts in the 1800s. Wow, we're fucking. That's just crazy. Right.
You have a tree that starts in 1833, but the family history of the Baileys started back in the mid to late 1600s in North America, starting out in Virginia and Oxford, Maryland. On the Frederick Douglass side, we came off the slave ships in Oxford, Maryland. He has none of that information.
Wow. So it goes back to the 1600s, the Bailey family, and he starts out his shit 200 years later. So what he did was he took out 200 years off that family tree and inserted himself somewhere in there. Diabolical.
But he says that he's related to us. Now, this dude is supposed to be, he calls himself a scholar. If you're a scholar, you should know more than me. Guess what? I have a GED.
Well, sir. Well, sir. The first thing I want to say to you is that because I'm actually a former service member myself, although I never saw combat due to my career short time in there. There were a lot of circumstances that led to me getting discharged before I graduated basic. But in the short time that I was there, when you talk about trying to acclimate to becoming a civilian again, and when you talk about the sudden, like, you're trying to acclimate, you're trying to get back into it, and then your family rushes you into this having to defend the family. I truly understand where you're at that level, because it's been about 6 years since I did my service. And what a lot of people don't know, because I get praised a lot about, oh, you're very disciplined. And yes,
listen, Mr. Judge,
yes,
something right there.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what it feels like to be ELS.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I was ELS my first time, and I went back, and I graduated.
Right.
For those of you who don't know what ELS is, that's entry level separation.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So I've been ELS before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know what? I went right back.
Right.
And I got my shit. and
right.
and I went on about my business. So
right.
You won't get no ELS shame from me.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That would shame somebody who was entry level separation. You can't shame them because you were never entry level separation.
Right.
So
I appreciate that, sir. More than my words can convey. And what I wanted to say is, like,
my father was in Iraq.
Mm-hmm. And oh, okay. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. The thing I wanted to say to you, sir, is that I understand a hell of a lot what you mean when you say trying to acclimate back into society, because a lot of people, I get praised a lot of times to look at that, have you, but it's been in great and be like, what are you doing on this?
Let's move on.
Place. But anyway.
Brother.
Was it the PayPal?
Y'all go ahead and give Remy what he
yeah.
Or was it the PayPal?
Y'all go ahead and give Remy what he want. Hit the like.
He never.
I heard Trip C's. Y'all go ahead and give Remy what he want. Hit the like. Support Stream Gold, Cash App, PayPal, buy.
Never made an offer on the school.
God damn it!
Of any kind. Now, if you remember on the Roland Martin show, he told millions of people that school had been sold. That's a lie. School has not been sold. It's not even under contract.
Wait, what did he say?
That's a lie. So he told millions of people that school had been sold. That's a lie.
Right, bam. So you collected 200 grand for a school that you didn't put a bid in, and then turned around and lied to the people and told the people that they sold the school behind my back, and then blame it on race thing. Oh, it's a shame that a black school got sold to Chinese people or Asian people. I'm ashamed of that. Blaming black folks again. He was indirectly blaming black folks for it, but he didn't even fucking put in the bid, and he lied about the school being sold. And this is coming directly. Terrence got this directly from the dude who was running the school and selling, trying to auction it off or sell it.
School has not been sold. It's not even under contract. As a matter of fact, it's gotten to the point at that school where you can't even get a tour of the grounds for purchase from the real estate company unless you submit a financial statement saying that you can even afford to purchase the property.
Wow.
In order to keep out looky-loos. So,
hey, Rim, could you pause that actually? Could you pause that actually? I want to let you guys know.
Shit, I'm thinking Mr. Judge up on the panel right now.
What I want you guys to know is I took it upon myself with the Notebook LM to research his financial dealings, and what the research came about is and I have a Notebook LM on it. He falsified his claims to the IRS. His IRS paperwork literally has it to where in 2023 he has 0 expenses, 0 earnings. In 2024, he has a little bit of something there. And then back in 2025, he has 0 earnings and 0 income. So he's lied to the IRS. So he can't make any financial statements at this point because the IRS already knows he's falsified the shit.
Yeah, no, what I said was I thought you was already up on I thought you were on the panel now when you was like, Rim, can you pause that? I'm looking around like, what the fuck? I forgot is the video. We actually went over that paperwork. I did a live stream about a year or 2 ago on that. Was it Tripsies?
Yeah. Yeah, about 2 years. We got a question for Terrence. Do you think Umar is mentally unwell and on top of being a scammer? Not an excuse or anything. I think he needs to be in jail either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Umar is actually unwell. If you look at some of the videos that he's done where he's saying that he can call down Ogun, and actually he's calling himself Ogun in some instances. And like Miss Marianne said, she looked into his bag and he was carrying chicken guts or what. Now, I'm not saying that him carrying chicken guts or whatever in his man purse or whatever, or having some type of ritual or whatever, I will never say.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that was like one of the only parts that Marianne wasn't lying about. I think that's the only, if she was telling the truth about anything in her story, I think the chicken guts might have been that. I think it had to be the chicken guts. I don't think she's smart enough to come up with that. Let's look at all the other lies that she told. I don't think she's capable of coming up with that type of lie. I think the chicken guts is real. And Lede said it too, but you know how she is.
That people who practice traditional African religion that it was in practice before we were colonized. I would never talk bad about any of those people. But when you get online and you say that I'm going to call down these deities, whether it be Ogun or Shango or whatever, where you name your penis after an African god, I'm going to say there's something wrong with you. I'm going to say it because the fact that you believe it, I'm going to say there's something wrong with you.
Right.
Are you guys aware that there's that he doesn't say this anymore, but he used.
But that's a good point, though. That's a really good point. For somebody who says he takes African religion serious and then turn a god into your penis, you got some type of mental something wrong with you.
To constantly say he had his Goonie Goon Squad, and there was a video. I suspect he kind of did it himself, but there was this video that came out where
Gene coming in punching. He said, I don't believe shit that bitch said, and I never will. He said, Umar opened up a demonic portal. T-Bone, Malone, what's up with you, good brother? Right, disrespectful and unnecessary.
a supposed member of his quote-unquote Goonie Goon Squad. Don't know why anyone would call themselves Goonie Goon, but they literally made a threatening video saying we're with you, and there's several videos of him saying, "Where's my Goon?"
Every time I hear Goonie Goon Squad, it reminds me of that Eddie Murphy joke where he said, "I know your wife is Bigfoot. I know because when I met her, she said Goonie Goo Goo." I said, "What the fuck is Goonie Goo Goo?" Y'all remember that Eddie Murphy joke about his drunk dad? He said, "You done shaved Bigfoot and brought her home. I know that's Bigfoot because when I saw her, she said Goonie Goo Goo."
Goonie Goon Squad or whatever to intimidate people.
Okay, so the Goonie Goon shit or whatever.
Yeah.
If you remember, his nephew came out and did an interview and said that they called their grandmother Goon Goon.
Oh, yes, I seen that.
Okay, so Umar is living a lot of stuff from his childhood, and he's bringing it. Okay, so remember when he said we're going to activate attorneys?
Yes.
Yeah, that's like a child saying, we're going to activate. Whatever. I'm trying to think of what
he's playing Power Rangers.
Yeah, activate. Power Rangers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like he's living in he's got so many people that are being his crowdfunders and just.
Oh, that just reminded me. I definitely want to play that after this one. When he picked up the phone with the fake goons. Nah, I got this. Notorious. That phone rang. No, I got this. Notorious. And he hung it up real quick. Nah, motherfucker, you got caught lying.
Enabling him that he's behaving like a child. Like activate attorneys. Like he's living in a child's world because you know why? Because they are enabling him. They're like they're giving him the money. They're doing everything that his mama couldn't do. His mama is a schizophrenic. His oldest sister has mental health issue. Mental health runs in that family crazy, like real crazy. And Umar has a.
I definitely did hear that too. I definitely did hear that his family is stricken with mental health problems.
Complex where he thinks that he's a king or a god.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? He believes that he's owed the money that you're giving him. He believes that you owe him that money. There will be.
Terrence does got a point there. He acts like the community owes him money. And you can tell when he was like, yeah, we made such and such amount of money. Trifling ass black folks. I know y'all got some more money to give me. Wait, what, nigga? I don't know how people didn't get up and walk out when he said the shit. I don't get that. I'd have walked out. What? Did this nigga just tell me I'm trifling for not giving him more money? Y'all not y'all not gonna hit the stream goal today? Trifling ass black folks. I know y'all got more to give me. Trifling ass black folks. I better see some more and some more and some more till we reach our goal, family, brothers and sisters. If you got a problem, we can take it outside. Ain't that what he said? Yeah. Now I'm turning into Umar. Now I ain't gonna support the stream goal. Oh, all right, trifling ass black folks.
no school. There's not going to be a school. If he was able to finesse one of these single mothers who has money, because Umar has created this thing where he's basically finessing money out of these single females. And once that dries up, you know what I'm saying, the jig is up.
Right.
And but the problem is that some of these females are digmatized and they have money.
Definitely digmatized.
They're digmatized and they have money. So let's say he opens a school up. Let's say he opens the school up by some miraculous means. He opens the school.
You said Umar said he got a team working with him. How many people you ever seen around Umar? Every time he's at the school, who's he with? Where's this team at? Have you ever seen the team? Can you give me a name of a team member? Don't worry, I'll wait. You ain't never seen that nigga around a team or mention his team or who they are. That nigga ain't got no team. It's just Umar. Team of Umar. MILF money. Right. Umar and MILF money.
And he's got it funded or whatever, blah, 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 whatever. How often do you think that the police are going to be to that school because Umar said something strange to some kids, to some kids' mother, and then the father shows up, which he didn't
every day,
because he's going to think that these kids have all single mothers. So the father shows up, willing to put about 12 inches of foot in his ass. What happens then? There's going to be
right. And that's a good point too. That's a good point too. You know how many women he's probably going to sexually harass, saying some old weird freaky shit. How you doing, my caramel mocha sister? How you doing, my African queen? Somebody dad gonna come down there like Terrence said and put their foot in his ass.
Cops there every 5 minutes because Umar don't know how to control himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The cops are going to be there constantly. And then let's talk about the curriculum.
He said his team is them two old ladies that was painting the building.
Let's say that he was able to turn out a graduating class. They're going to be dumb as an oyster.
And not gonna get no credit at school neither. It's a non-accredited school, so they won't be able to.
Man. And I guarantee you, there's gonna be people there on the regular to beat the hell out of Umar for saying some strange shit.
Right.
Yep.
Speaking of the strange,
about a fire. If he can't keep his language and his mouth shut on the internet, what you think he's gonna be like around them kids in a controlled environment that he controls? He's like that in a public environment that he controls. Imagine being in a regular setting that he fully controls. He's gonna be saying weird shit to people mamas all goddamn day. Ain't gonna be nothing but weird shit. The granny anchors. Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of the strange thing,
this is a situation where I said the same thing about the African American cultural center that I'm building. I said, I told all the board members, I told the county council, I told the town council, I told Wes Moore, the governor of the state of Maryland. I said, just because I'm starting it, don't mean that I'm the one to finish it. Moses didn't see the promised land. Just because I'm the one to start it, don't mean nothing. All I want to know is you're going to promise me that it gets done.
Facts.
On that note, I want to ask a question.
Umar thinks that he's a goddamn messiah, and Umar ain't shit. He's a fucking liar. He's a thief, and he's a criminal.
The nigga actually called himself the Messiah. He literally called himself the Messiah.
And on that note, I just really want to.
I'm going to say that as a member of the Fredrick Douglass family. He's a criminal. He's a legacy thief.
Yes.
He's a legacy thief.
Hey, Chris, when the last speaking engagement you see this nigga at? Don't worry, I'll wait. Only thing you see that motherfucker on is podcasts and YouTube channels. You don't see that man doing no speaking engagements. Who the fuck is requesting him to speak? But he definitely do charge them podcasts anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000. A rough estimate, about $3,000 to $5,000. But ain't nobody calling Umar to speak. When the last time you see? When he first started doing speaking engagement, he recorded every last one of them. When the last time you seen him doing speaking engagement?
He's a liar. He's a punk.
Actually, the last speaking engagement I heard him try to speak at was the one in Pittsburgh where they kicked his ass out. And he got mad because they didn't want he tried to come and bogart his way into the speaking engagement. They was like, nah, nigga, you wasn't set for the bye. And he got mad. Try to blame it on the ABC community.
He's the legacy thief.
Right, legacy thief. That's what he did.
Yes.
He's a legacy thief. He's a liar. He's a punk ass bitch, and he's a liar.
That's basically what he's doing. He's taking real black heroes' legacy and twisting it into his own legacy, warped reality legacy.
And one of the things, if you look back on history, he talked about a lot of people, but he never called me out.
You could have charged somebody 10 racks.
He never called me out. When I was on his ass, he never called me out. I'm on his ass right now. And he would never call me out because he knows enough about me to know that you ain't got but 3 syllables and I'll be just tell me where you at and I'm gonna be there.
He gonna be on Umar like a cheap suit and it ain't gonna be pretty.
Tell me where you at and I'm gonna be there. Put your hands up, shut the fuck up.
Damn, Terrence mean business. I feel the same type of way, man. You stealing my family legacy and making money off of it. How fucked up and greedy can you be?
So school has been broken up. I remember one time.
Bruh, it's getting close to 1 a.m.
I know.
You gotta work tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm finna tap out and drop down, but I gotta do my chant before I leave. Umar is a fat, nasty, greasy, sandwich-eating bastard. I'll see y'all next time.
Right. We're gonna finish this video, and then I gotta go to bed for work tomorrow.
All right. Before you do, I just want to say something to all of you. One, thank you, Rim, for actually letting me be on here because this is. I'm gonna be here till you drop out, but I'm just want to say thank you for letting me be on here because this was actually a very enlightening podcast and to the person who also topic. It's always a pleasure to see you. And then to the person that's, I forget his name, sir, but you, the person who made this video, I just want to say. All
right, we gotta get back to the video. We appreciate you, Mr.
There was some part of the school with the saying that if you can't get to school with the. There was some part of the school he claimed that they were breaking up or something like that. And he said that was it the student center or something? And he said that if he couldn't get it with that part of the school, he didn't want it because that's the best part of the school. How would he know that?
Wait.
When the real estate with that part of the school up or something like that, and he said that was it the student center or something, and he said that if he couldn't get it with that part of the school, he didn't want it because that's the best part of the school.
Wow. So he came up with another excuse and said, oh, they wouldn't sell me the student center, and if I can't get the student center with it, I don't want it because that's the best part of the school. Nigga, you never put a bid in.
How would he know that? When the real estate company says they haven't talked to him in nearly 2 years, or 2 years or more, and they told me that they don't.
His website can tell you anything. I could put up a website right now and say I got 30 lined up speaking engagements, but that don't mean I actually have any.
Want to talk to him, and they've been watching his fundraising activities, wondering when they're going to get the money that he promised. When is he going to make good on his promise to come and buy the school? So they've been watching his fundraising activities online. They watch the money go up and watch it come down. Watch it go up, watch it come down. Wait to see if he's going to call and say, hey, I got the money. I'm going to come down and I'm going to buy the school. Phone never rings.
So the school was actually watching him raise the money, claiming that he was going to buy the school and never called to buy the school. That's diabolical.
So he's the last person they want to hear from. And again, these are not my words. This is what I got from them.
That's diabolical.
So you can spin this how you want. You can take away or add to. You can do whatever you want, but those are the facts. The school was never going to be built. It was a scam from the get-go.
From the get-go.
From the start, it was a scam. Now, like I said, you can look at it however you want, but that is a clear case of fraud. Clear case of fraud.
It was supposed to be 200K. It's supposed to be 200K you're supposed to put down.
Now and I feel bad for these people that are trying to sell school, because these people are just trying to make a living. And then they got people like him rolling up in there talking all this mess, wasting their time, and then doing film productions on the property for free in order to defraud other people.
That's diabolical. So you got these people attention, wasting their time acting like you was going to buy the school. You trick the guy into allowing you to walk the campus and make your little commercial. You burn the students that made the little commercial promo for you. Then on top of that, the 200 grand that he raised, poof, up and disappear.
Close to $1 million of the people's money. Maybe more, who knows? Nobody really knows. All you know is what he said. And you have no idea where this money's gone. People was giving money for this college. And this college was never on the agenda.
Never.
Never.
Camera at the door.
Now, for those that are serious about purchasing the college, the real estate agency is Motley's Real Estate down in Virginia. Mr. Dudley is the agent. You can look him up online. If you got, if you have the money, the assets in order to be able to purchase this school, please check him out. Somebody that has the right heart to want to do something for real, I'm sure that they would be more than happy to talk to you. They would be more than happy to sell you this school and educate some kids. This historic piece of property, or if you're a history teacher or something like that, and you want to get your kids a tour of the property, you can talk to Mr. Dudley.
That's pretty much all he's saying is basically saying if you at the end, he basically just saying if you want to if you're serious about purchasing the school is still open. It's still up for sale. Meanwhile, Umar is going around telling everybody, oh, hold on, telling everybody they sold the school. Oh shit. So let's go one more video. Oops, got that wrong. No, I did. Yeah, I did. Now where's that Panda Chop joint at? That Chop Panda News. Oh, here's the original video right here. Where's it at? There's the channel. So let me go onto the channel and find it. There we go.
I am a blood relative of Fredrick Douglass. My name is on the family tree. We have a family reunion every 2 years.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Dr. Umar Johnson has been calling himself a psychologist for over 2 decades. He has been calling himself a kinsman of Fredrick Douglass for just as long. In the entire FDMG fundraising campaign, every dollar, every donation, every Breakfast Club appearance, every community rally was built on both of those things being true. So let me ask you something real simple. What happens to the school when neither one of them is? Because in January 2018, Dr. Umar sat in front of the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology and defended himself by saying he never claimed to be a licensed psychologist. His exact defense on government record. And in April 2016, the Fredrick Douglass Family Initiatives issued an official public statement. Their words, not mine. 100% certainty. He is not a descendant. His name is not on the family tree. The tree is held at the Fredrick Douglass National Historic Site in Washington, D.C. The Douglass elders also issued a separate...
This right here ain't just Terrence saying he's not related. This is a whole family. All came together to write this statement.
Declaration. They called him an unverified disgrace to the family name. His own father took a DNA test. No match.
So that was a lie.
The title was fake. The bloodline was fake. and the school named after a man he is not related to is still empty. Every dollar donated to FDMG went to a man who could not prove either thing that made him worth donating to. Let us start with December 2017. The Pennsylvania Bureau of Professional and Occupational Affairs filed a formal charge against Dr. Umar Johnson. The charge was practicing psychology without a license, presenting himself as a psychologist who offers counseling services without state authorization.
And the crazy thing about it is, he's still doing it to this very day. Portraying himself as a certified psychologist. We just watched him in his last interview, and the first thing he say is he's a certified psychologist.
Potential fine was $10,000 per violation, not per case, per violation. Every time he called himself a psychologist in public without a license, that was a potential $10,000 hit. So Dr. Umar did what Dr. Umar always does when accountability gets close. He went public, called it an attack, said the white man was threatened by an unlicensed certified school psychologist with an international reputation.
Come on, none of it's
always the same excuse. It's always the same old excuse every single time. Here. Batman's not even in there.
true. None of it's true. It's BS. They made it up. They lie.
Rallied his audience around the idea that the system was coming for him specifically. And then he walked into that Harrisburg hearing in January 2018 and made a very specific legal argument. He said he never claimed to be a licensed psychologist. That was his defense. Not that the charges were wrong, not that he had a license they missed. His defense was that he never said he had one in the first place. The board could not strip a license he never held. So technically, he walked out of that hearing without losing anything because there was nothing to lose.
Right. So he went in there and was like, I never called myself a psychologist. Even though there's video of him everywhere, every podcast he goes on, every show he goes on, he introduced himself as a certified psychologist.
He declared victory, posted about it, called it proof the system could not touch him, and his audience believed it. Because why would you lie about winning?
Why? 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 Why?
But here's what that victory actually meant.
You know what don't make sense? He called that proof. We're only going to be live like another 10 minutes. Tavarius. He called that proof that the system can't touch him. And then when shit go wrong or he fucks up, he claims the system did it.
The Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology now had it on record. Dr. Umar Johnson, no license, never held one. His own words, his own defense. He saved himself from the fine by admitting the title was always hollow. And then Umar Johnson went right back to using it. Before the hearing, his website described him as a doctor of clinical psychology and certified school psychologist who was an expert on the education and mental health of African and African American children. After the hearing, his website described him as a doctor of clinical psychology and certified school psychologist who was an expert on the education and mental health of African and African American children. Word for word, nothing changed.
You're showing me how
Crazy part about it is legally he would have to take that. He still has to take that down.
unserious you are.
He was still doing speaking tours, still charging ticket prices built on that credential, still sitting in the Breakfast Club chairs telling the community their children needed his expertise, still fundraising for a school that required the audience to trust his professional judgment on black boys in education. And nobody asked the obvious question. If you just spent a government hearing arguing that you never claimed to be a licensed psychologist, why does your website still say psychologist?
Shit, I don't even know. Like,
and why are you still going around calling yourself a certified psychologist when you spent the whole board hearing claiming that you never said that you was a psychologist?
I can't even tell you that. Like,
why does your speaking tour still bill you as a psychological expert?
Shit, I don't even know. Like, I can't even tell you that. Like,
why are people still sending money to a school run by someone who just legally disowned the credential that made him worth sending money to?
Shit, I don't even know. Like, I can't even tell you that. Like,
the answer is that the hearing was for the board. The title was for the audience. And those were two completely different conversations that were never allowed to happen in the same room. In Harrisburg, he was a certified school psychologist with a doctorate who never claimed to be licensed. On The Breakfast Club, he was the preeminent psychological expert on black boys in America. Same man, same mouth.
Nothing new, nothing changed, same old shit.
Two completely different identities depending on who was asking and what was at stake. The title was only...
That should tell you something right there. That should definitely tell you something right there.
Fake when it cost him money. Every other time it was real enough to fundraise with, and the community only ever saw one of those versions. Now let us talk about the name on the school. Fredrick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, FDMG, the school for black boys that was going to change everything. Named after one of the greatest abolitionists in American history. Dr. Umar did not just name the school after Frederick Douglass because he admired him. He named it after Douglass because he claimed to be his kinsman, his blood relative, a direct...
And if you put that together, that's a sales pitch. I am the descendant of Frederick Douglass, and I'm building a school in his name. If you don't know no better, that's a sales pitch. From the streets, this whole pitch is to convince you of what he's selling. Bullshitting artists, right? That's basically what I just said. It's a sales pitch.
Direct connection to the man himself. That was part of the pitch. The right man, chosen by lineage, carrying the work forward. People donated to that story, not just to a building, to the idea that history had selected this specific person for this specific mission. So on April 18th, 2016, when the Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives issued their official public statement, it was not a small thing. Their exact words, 100% certainty, he is not a descendant. His name is not on the family tree. The official Douglass family tree is held in the archives at the Frederick Douglass National Historic Site in Washington, D.C. 100% certainty. Not
probably, not we not sure, we 100% sure. And if they're saying if you want to look it up, the family tree, it's in the museum. I'm pretty sure when you go in the museum, you ain't gonna find Umar Johnson's name anywhere on there.
Probably not. We have questions. 100%. And that was not the only statement. The elders of the Bailey family, the family Douglass himself came from, issued a separate declaration. They called him an unverified disgrace to the family name, disowned him publicly by name. Two separate institutions connected to the actual Frederick Douglass said no.
Terrence right there. That's Terrence right there. The actual descendants. There's Terrence right there in the brown jacket, the brown blazer. Damn, he looked like Frederick Douglass too. But these are all like the heads of the family. So all them is hating on Umar because of who he is. They see you as a disgrace. An unverified disgrace, to be exact. You YouTubian job turkeys can't shut me down, but you YouTubian job turkeys got my account frozen by the feds. Right, that's basically what he does. He'll claim how us struggle streamers can't stop him and how we can never shut him down and we can't stop the movement, and then soon something pauses the movement. It was the YouTubians and the struggle streamers. Oh, the white man can't stop me. I'm a threat to the white man. And then, all of a sudden, the white man did it. They don't like me. Your butt stink.
Came from issued a separate declaration. They called him an unverified disgrace to the family name, disowned him publicly by name. Two separate institutions connected to the actual Frederick Douglass said,
Yeah, Chris, I hope you didn't donate. I hope you ain't one of his donors.
Said no, not our family, not our bloodline, not our legacy. And then his own father took an ancestry DNA test. No match to the verified Douglass bloodline. His own father's DNA. The man who told Dr. Umar he was related to Douglass in the first place. No match. The title was gone after the 2018 hearing. The bloodline was gone after the 2016 statement. Both foundations, both receipts, both on record before a single child ever walked through the doors of FDMG. He kept the name on the school anyway and kept asking the community to fund it. Now I want you to notice something, because this is where it stops being two separate stories and becomes one very clear pattern. 2016, the Frederick Douglass family says he is not their kinsman. His response is to call it a conspiracy, say the white man is threatened by his Pan-African work, rally his audience around the idea that powerful forces are trying to discredit him. Keep the
But you even think about it though, when it comes to these powerful forces, if he was such a threat, what do government do to black leaders that are a threat to them? In our history, what do the so-called white man supremacy, white supremacists do to black leaders that are a threat to them? They do one of two things: lock his ass up or get him out of here permanently. That's what they do. They lock his ass up or get him the fuck out of here permanently.
name on the school. Keep fundraising. 2018, the Pennsylvania Board of Psychology says he has never held a license. His response is to declare victory on a technicality. Say the board was jealous of his international reputation.
And that's what he said too. He said they all jealous of him. Get your ass back in here. Trying to sneak out the door. You about to go back outside. You try to sneak out that door again. You're going back outside. Sorry, y'all, damn dog. But Pablo Escobar got more money out of me than Umar. Wait a minute, wait. Pablo Escobar. So what that's supposed to mean? Tristan, you playing with the nose candy?
What is he doing? He's beginning to believe. Rally his audience around the idea that an unlicensed man had more impact than the entire licensed establishment. Keep the title. Keep fundraising. 2 years apart, two completely different institutions, two completely different receipts. Same exact response both times. Reframe it as an attack. Find a villain, declare victory, keep going. The city of
That's the pattern. Find the villain, victimize yourself, then claim victory and keep it pushing into the next kerfluffle.
Wilmington posting a notice on the door, the black contractor scamming him, the bank freezing his accounts, the building inspector asking unnecessary questions, the haters finding the auction notice, the struggle streamers doing it for views. If you watched the last video, you already recognize that list. Every time accountability gets close, a new villain appears.
I mean, it's all right. Like,
thank you. Oh, Panda, you gotta stop using this guy. But anyway, thank you, Panda. Thank you for somebody else sees that. Every time he got a fuck up or he fucks up something, he creates his own villain, act like he's being attacked and it's one big conspiracy, and then move on to the next fuck up.
Overrated as f***, in my opinion. I mean, and you know what though? That's typically how the bullshit goes. You feel me?
The Pennsylvania board was just another villain on a list that has been running for over a decade. But here's what is different about these two receipts compared to the contractor or the water bills. These did not come from critics. These did not come from haters. These did not come from people with a reason to lie about him. The Pennsylvania board used his own defense against him. The Douglas family used their own records. His own father's DNA used his own biology. Every single receipt that dismantles the foundation of Dr. Umar Johnson's brand came from inside his own story, and he ran the same play on all of them. All right, stop for a second, because I want you to go back through everything we just covered and ask one question. Who made the argument that destroyed the credential? Dr. Umar himself, in a hearing under oath, his exact defense. Who made the argument that destroyed the bloodline? The Fredrick Douglass family, using their own archived records held at a national historic site, not a blog, not a YouTube channel, a federal archive. Who confirmed the DNA did not match? His own father, the man who started the whole story in the first place. Not one of those receipts came from an enemy. Not one of them came from someone with a political reason to take him down. Not one of them came from the white establishment he keeps pointing at. They came from him, from the family he claimed, from the biology he inherited. That is what makes this different from every other accountability argument about Dr. Umar Johnson. You cannot call this a hit job. You cannot call this coordinated opposition. You cannot call this the system trying to silence a black man.
Facts. You can't call it none of that. It was your own daddy. Well, he called his daddy a hater too. When his dad finally came out, when he was so embarrassed, when he found out that Umar was scamming like a motherfucker, his dad was embarrassed like hell.
With an international reputation. The man who destroyed the credential was Umar Johnson. The family that rejected the bloodline was the family he claimed. The DNA that came back with no match belonged to his own father. 3 receipts, 0 outside enemies. All of it came from inside the story he built, and the community that donated trusted the story more than they checked the receipts. That is not Dr. Umar's fault alone. That is a cultural pattern worth sitting with. So
this nigga never match. I just noticed that shit. His dashikis never match shit that he got on.
let us talk about what people actually donated to, because it was never just a building. If it was just a building, the fundraising would have had line items, receipts, a budget, a timeline with deliverables, a board of directors, a nonprofit filing that showed where the money went. None of that ever consistently materialized. And yet hundreds of thousands of dollars came in across a decade from real people pulling out real phones and sending real money. Why? Because they were not donating to a building. They were donating to a credential and a bloodline. They were donating to the man who said he was a psychological expert on black boys.
Now, if he would have never claimed he was related to Fredrick Douglass, do you think he would have even got half of the money that he got? There's a bunch of black psychologists out there, but he claimed that he was related to Fredrick Douglass. That's one of the main things that made people donate. Niggas diabolical.
Man who said history had selected him through his connection to Fredrick Douglass himself. The man who said nobody else was qualified to do what he was doing because nobody else had what he had, except the credential was hollow enough to disown under oath, and the bloodline was disputed enough for the actual family to issue 2 separate public statements rejecting it. Strip both of those away and what is left? A man with a building in Wilmington, Delaware, that has never taught a single child. A fundraising operation that has run for over a decade without producing audited financials. A school named after a man whose family said he is not related to them. The pitch was always the problem, not just the execution. Because if the credential was real, the Pennsylvania board would have found a license to strip. If the bloodline was real, the Douglas family would not have issued a public statement. If the school was real, a child would have walked through the door by now. None of those three things happened, and all three of them were knowable before the first dollar was ever donated. The community did not fail Dr. Umar Johnson. They trusted what he told them. The question is why nobody asked him to prove any of it before they opened their wallets. Let me tell you what—
That's a fact. You can't put that all on Umar because none of these motherfuckers that donated asked any questions before they opened up their wallets and their purses and start giving them money.
This video was not about. This video was not about Terrence.
I get that people believe that he's a psychologist, but then he starts saying he's related to Fredrick Douglass. That didn't make you say, what, nigga? Now you tripping. The first time I heard that shit, I was like, what? This nigga lying his ass off.
Tearing down a black man who wanted to build a school. That is not the argument. The argument is about what we require before we say yes. Because here's the truth underneath all of this. Dr. Umar Johnson is not the first person to build a brand around black liberation and ask the community to fund it on the strength of a credential and a legacy connection. He will not be the last. That pattern is as old as the movement itself. What makes this specific is that both receipts were available. The Pennsylvania board hearing was public record. The Douglas family statement was published in April 2016 and has been sitting on the internet ever since. His father's DNA results were discussed publicly. None of this was hidden. None of this required investigative journalism to uncover. It was just never laid out in one place in a way that connected all three to the same verdict. And that is the cultural question worth sitting with. Not why did Dr. Umar lie? People lie. That is not a cultural revelation. The question is, why did the community not require documentation before the credential became currency? Why did the bloodline claim get to function as a fundraising tool?
Why did nobody ask no goddamn question? Don't ask, I said. Don't ask, I said. Don't ask. No question. Give the money. Get the black curtain paper around on that side.
Tool for years before the actual family had to issue a public statement to push back. Why did the title get to keep working after a government hearing confirmed it was never licensed? The answer is not that black people are gullible. That is a lazy read and it is wrong. The real answer is simpler. When somebody frames every receipt as an attack from the system you are already fighting, asking for documentation starts to feel like you are siding with the enemy. Dr. Umar knew that. He used it every single time. But the receipts in this video did not come from institutions.
Facts. Facts. Big facts. And that's his main shield. Whenever you get to asking Umar, where's the money? What's up with the school? Or any type of questions that's going to back him into a corner, you suddenly become the enemy and you siding with the enemy. That is the biggest smoke screen deflection I've ever heard of.
Institutions trying to silence him. They came from his own mouth, his own family's DNA. The family he claimed as his own. You cannot frame those as institutional attacks. You cannot call your own defense testimony a conspiracy. You cannot call the Douglas family's archived records a hit job, and yet the school still has no students. The credential is still on the website. The name of a man he cannot prove he is related to is still on the building. So here's what I keep coming back to. At some point, accountability stops being about one man and starts being about what we decide to require from the people who ask for our trust. The title should have needed a license number. The bloodline should have needed a document. The school should have needed an audited financial statement after year one. None of those things are unreasonable to ask. They are just uncomfortable to ask when the person asking you to trust them has wrapped themselves in the symbols of black liberation. That is the move, and it worked for over a decade. Dr. Umar Johnson is not the villain of this story alone. He is the symptom of a cultural habit we have not fully confronted yet. The habit of treating documentation as disrespect when it comes to our own. That habit is what built FDMG. That habit is what kept it going. And that habit is what we leave behind when we finally start asking for the receipts before we open our wallets. Here's what I keep coming back to. Dr. Umar Johnson did not build this alone. He needed an audience willing to skip the documentation step. And for over a decade, that audience showed up. Not because they were foolish, because they wanted the story to be true. A black man with the credentials. A black man with
that's why a lot of motherfuckers won't admit it. That ties into what I said. Some people just don't want to admit they've been duped and they really wish this shit was true. But it's not. It's reality.
the bloodline. A black man with the vision, building something real for black boys in a country that has never built enough for them. That story is worth wanting. That is why it worked. But wanting a story to be true is not the same as the story being true. That is not a Dr. Umar Johnson problem. That is a us problem. And it does not go away when he does. Because the next person who shows up with a credential and a legacy connection and a vision for black liberation is going to get the same response unless we decide right now that documentation is not disrespect. Asking for a license number is not betraying the cause. Asking where the money went is not siding with the enemy. Asking why the family he named the school after says he is not related to them is not a conspiracy. Those are just questions, and they deserved answers before the first dollar ever moved. So here's what I want you to sit with. If the community had asked for one document in 2014, just one, a license number, a verified genealogy record, an audited financial statement, how different does this story look? Because the school is still empty, the credential is still on the website, and the name of a man he cannot prove he is related to is still on the building. How long do we let a story substitute for a receipt? And if you want the full deep dive,
all right, y'all, that's where I'm finna stop this at. I gotta go tend to the kids, put them to sleep. I'm gonna get on out of here. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.